Hello, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. You are looking at a live shot of the White House. Look, it's Peter Doocy on the left. I unfortunately don't know who that is on the right. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. But there's about to be a White House press briefing. And this, can we get sound on this? Do we have any sound on this? I don't know that that has sound on it right now. I don't think it does. But there's about to be a White House press briefing after, oops, you know what? I have to do something here. Hold on, I got to make a quick adjustment. No, that's fine. Make sure the other thing is adjusted too. Where is... Okay. So there's going to be a White House press briefing. We're going to check that out. And actually, President Trump today announced some new tariffs on Canada in response to Ontario saying yesterday they were going to put a 25% charge on electricity being sent to the United States. So, oh, hold on. I'm hearing. There's a little volume. So we're going to check this out. Also, we're going to update you on the, I think I might have some protest footage of the controversial arrest by Immigration and Customs Enforcement of Columbia University protest activist Mahmoud Khalil. We'll also update you on the arrest of former Philippines President Rodrigo Duterte at the request of the International Criminal Court. So we're going to be updating you on all these things going on. But this is about to start, so we're going to show you this, and I appreciate you being here. Thanks, by the way, to Georgia Peach, our member, Tay Lynn, our member, Marnie, our member, Totally, Jeff Buddington, our member, Totally Different Bear. Thanks for your support. Also, thanks to, oops, hold on a second, all of our moderators. Let me see if I can shout out our moderators real quick. Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Janet B. over there on YouTube, thanks. Linda Bell, Glary, Misha Onyx, thank you so much to our moderators. And on Twitch, I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Def. Thanks so much. And our Facebook moderators, too. I really appreciate it. If I can get it on the screen, I'll put the tariff announcement on the screen really quick. Thanks, Kay Lowry Body, who is moderating. Margaret Riley, thank you so much. And can I get it posted before the briefing? All right. I'm going to post it right now so we can read it before the briefing starts. You can't even see it. It's so big. Okay. I'll put this over here. Let's just look at this. By the way, I should also put, hold on. This should say live the White House. Oh no, everything's falling apart. Oopsie. Hang on. Okay, so this is Trump's Truth Social post here. It says, based on Ontario, Canada placing a 25% tariff on electricity coming into the United States, I have instructed my Secretary of Commerce to add an additional 25% tariff to 50% on steel and aluminum coming into the United States from Canada one of the highest tariffing nations anywhere in the world, he claims. This will go into effect tomorrow morning, March 12th. Also, Canada must immediately drop their anti-American farmer tariff of 250 to 390% on various U.S. dairy products, which has long been considered outrageous. I will shortly be declaring a national emergency on electricity within the threatened area. This will allow the U.S. to quickly do what it has to be done to alleviate this abusive threat from Canada. If otherwise egregious long-time tariffs are not likewise dropped by Canada, I will substantially increase on April 2nd the tariffs on cars coming into the U.S., which will essentially permanently shut down the automobile manufacturing business in Canada. So President Trump says he is threatening to put tariffs on Canadian cars, which would, as he says it, effectively permanently shut down the automobile manufacturing business in Canada. He says those cars can easily be made in the USA. Also, Canada pays very little for national security, he says, relying on the US for military protection. We are subsidizing Canada to the tune of more than $200 billion a year. Why? This cannot continue. The only thing that makes sense is for Canada to become our cherished 51st state. So once again, he's talking about Canada becoming the 51st state. This would make all tariffs and everything else totally disappear. Canadians' taxes will be very substantially reduced. They will be more secure, militarily and offensive, and otherwise than ever before. There would no longer be a northern border problem, he says, and the greatest and most powerful nation in the world will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever, and Canada will be a big part of that. The artificial line of separation drawn many years ago, he says, will finally disappear, and we will have the safest and most beautiful nation anywhere in the world, and your brilliant anthem, O Canada, will continue to play, but now representing a great and powerful state within the greatest nation that the world has ever seen. So he's still pushing Canada as a 51st state. He devoted half of his tweet to it. After saying he's going to increase their tariffs and threatening to permanently shut down their car manufacturing business through tariffs. Okay, so anyways, that was his post that he made today. In the aftermath of that, there's going to be a White House press briefing, which was scheduled anyway. One of our Hoppy says, Canada, you're fired. Our viewer Modo says, Dear Canada, sorry, not sorry, love Trump. Low Roller Scratcher says he should make Mexico the 52nd state. By the way, thanks so much to Brett Boylan for your support. Hey, that's really nice of you. Who says, my retirement and brokerage accounts are down almost $100,000 since this nonsense by Trump. This has to stop. PZ Papa Zulu, thanks for the gift memberships as well. Thank you, Brett Boylan and PZ Papa Zulu. I appreciate it. Just a little update on the stock market today. I'm checking right now, stocks down again. The S&P 500 index down, 500 of the largest companies in the U.S. down 1.25%. The tech-heavy NASDAQ index, NASDAQ composite, down 0.79%. The Dow Jones Industrials down 1.59%. Okay. And just so I can tell you, Bitcoin is up a bit to 81,285. And Tesla stock, we were talking about this yesterday, that is up a bit. They are at 225 today, which is way down from a couple months ago, but it's up a little bit today. But stocks in general, U.S. stocks down today. For example, Wall Street Journal headline is Stocks Extend Losses as Trump Ramps Up Canada Tariffs. Okay. And in the meantime, another topic at the briefing today is going to be Mahmoud Khalil, who is I believe he graduated Columbia as a graduate student in December. Let me double check this. Mahmoud Khalil is a person, a green card holder, a permanent resident of the United States, who was a leader in Columbia University student pro-Palestinian protests. And he was arrested over the weekend by Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. And Trump has said he is going to be deported. But his legal team says that there is no legal basis for him to be arrested or deported. So it's still unclear on what is the legal argument is specifically that the Trump administration is going to use to try to deport him, and whether that will survive a court challenge. So we're going to bring you updates on that. There's actually a protest. I think we might have some footage of it coming up maybe in like 45 minutes or so. We're supposed to get, Reuters says, people gather in New York's Washington Square Park to protest the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian activist and Columbia University graduate student detained by U.S. immigration authorities. But again, he is a green card holder, meaning he is a permanent resident, but he was arrested and the Trump administration says they're going to deport him. Hold on a minute. All right, this is just about to start. Just about to start. Well, we have sound. We have sound. 2-minute warning. We just heard the 2-minute warning. Appreciate you all joining the stream today.
Welcome. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. It took me 7 years to get a seat.
Real quick, let me just check something here.
Thank you.
Another story we're going to be talking about is the former president of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, was arrested in the Philippines this morning at the request of the International Criminal Court to face charges of crimes against humanity over deadly anti-drug crackdowns he oversaw while in office. That sentence I just read was from an AP story. But that is what's going on with Duterte. He's arrested. He is being flown to The Hague, I believe, to face the International Criminal Court. So we're going to talk about that too. The Hague in the Netherlands, if I have that right. Yes, he's being sent to the Netherlands. So we'll talk about that as well. We're going to watch this first and then bring you more updates after. Banana Dose says that's big. I don't know if anybody else besides the press secretary will be appearing at the press briefing. We will have to see. Also, I don't know if I'll have footage of it yet. I don't know if the White House is going to broadcast it. President Trump is supposed to host a business roundtable today, but I don't know if the White House is going to broadcast that. We'll have to see. Oh, it's possible tonight. I don't know yet. We might do coverage of a launch tonight. NASA SphereX launch, their latest space telescope. I'd kind of like to cover that, but we'll have to see. That's tonight, though. Any moment now, this will start. Hey, thanks to Jay Bagwell. That's so nice of you, Jay. I really appreciate your support. Thank you, Jay Bagwell. I'm sure there'll be a bunch of questions about the economy, about stock market going down. Again, stocks in the U.S. down again today, generally speaking. Dow Jones down 1.5%. S&P 500 down 1.25%. Okay, here we go. Starting now.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I might switch the
you?
feed real quick. Switch to the White House feed.
There's a lot of news today, so I look forward to taking your questions. Good to see you. And I have some updates for you as well. Later today, President Trump will address the business roundtable. There's a lot of news today, so I look forward to taking your questions. Good to see you. And I have some updates for you as well. Later today, President Trump will address the Business Roundtable's quarterly meeting, where he will tout his pro-growth economic agenda and answer questions before more than 100 of our nation's leading CEOs. In fact, it's the largest attendance ever for this event because business leaders are so eager and encouraged by President Trump's return to Washington. This follows President Trump's roundtable yesterday with the Technology CEO Council here at the White House, where he met with key leaders in the technology industry. And last night, President Trump also held an official swearing-in ceremony in the Oval Office for Sean Curran, who is now the 28th Director of the United States Secret Service. Sean demonstrated unbelievable bravery under gunfire in Butler, Pennsylvania this past July when an assassin tried to kill President Trump. As someone who got to know Sean personally throughout the campaign last year, I can say unequivocally that there is nobody better suited for this important role. And following the confirmation of Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRomer last night, the Senate has now confirmed 21 of President Trump's well-qualified cabinet-level nominees, far outpacing the previous administration. And looking ahead, tomorrow, the president will welcome the Taoiseach Micheál Martin of Ireland for the annual White House Shamrock ceremony. And Thursday, President Trump will welcome the NATO Secretary General for a working meeting and lunch. On the economy, February's jobs report was good news for America, particularly our manufacturing sector. The manufacturing sector gained 10,000 new jobs in just 1 month under President Trump. This rebound was led by the automobile sector, where we saw 9,000 new auto jobs created already. That is the most auto jobs added to the economy in 15 months. This was a complete turnaround from the Biden administration, where we were losing an average of 9,000 manufacturing jobs per month last year. Reuters is out with a report that a number of companies are now looking at expanding their presence or bringing their businesses into America because of President Trump's policies. And just moments ago, before coming out here, I saw another report by Reuters revealing that Merck has opened a $1 billion facility at its North Carolina site. This is just the latest pharmaceutical company to boost its U.S. manufacturing in lieu of President Trump's tariffs. This announcement follows Eli Lilly's plans to invest at least $27 billion to build 4 new manufacturing plants here in the United States. And Pfizer has also said it's considering moving their manufacturing overseas right here to the United States of America.
The video and audio sync will be fixed in a second. Give me 1 second here. I'll fix it.
When we purchase products made in the USA, the profits stay here, the revenue stays here, and most importantly, the jobs stay here. And despite the globalist mainstream media's attempts to worry consumers, President Trump will not repeat the trend of past American presidents who broke their promises to the American public and smiled while they stuck a knife in the back of American workers and shipped their jobs overseas. Our country has lost more than 5 million jobs in more than 90,000 factories due to devastating globalization over the last 3 decades alone. North Carolina lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs, including 60% of its furniture manufacturing jobs in the years following NAFTA. And in Michigan, globalist policies destroyed 250,000 jobs, including 40% of the auto industry, which again we know is clawing back because of President Trump's action already. These are harrowing statistics that represent countless towns and families who have been completely destroyed. But the America Last globalist era is ending under President Trump. He will no longer allow our country and our workers, our hard-working American families, to be ripped off. On another very important issue for the president, he continues to work hard to secure the border. If you missed it yesterday, CBP launched an enhanced home mobile app with a new feature, the Intent to Depart, which offers unlawfully present aliens or those aliens whose parole has been revoked an orderly and defined process to notify the U.S. government of their intent to depart the country. The CBP Home app strengthens our mission to secure the border and provides illegal aliens with a straightforward way to leave now before facing much harsher consequences later. A new report from Bloomberg just found that the number of aliens trying to reach our country by traveling through the jungle to Central America dropped a whopping 99% last month. And this follows the incredible news that illegal border crossings plummeted last month as well, down 94% at our southern border from last February under the Biden administration. As President Trump made clear during his historic address to Congress, we must finish this job and continue to carry out the largest deportation campaign in American history. And that is why the president fully endorses the continuing resolution that is before Congress and was negotiated by Speaker Johnson. He is encouraging all Republicans to vote yes on this clean CR, which freezes funding at current levels and will prevent the Democrats from getting their long-awaited government shutdown. Voting against this CR will hurt the American people and kill the incredible momentum that President Trump has built over the past 51 days. And lastly, before I take questions, I would like to commend the Washington Post, who I believe is in the room today. According to a new report from Axios, the Washington Post is overhauling their newsroom structure. It appears that the mainstream media, including the Post, is finally learning that having disdain for more than half of the country who supports this president does not help you sell newspapers. It's not a very good business model. And that's why we have people in our new media seat. And today we have Sargar Anetti, who is the host of Breaking Points, a popular political YouTube news and podcast show that has racked up nearly 1 billion views on YouTube, several hundred million podcast downloads since its launch in June 2021. He's also a former member of the White House Correspondents Association, but is now a part of the thriving independent media. We're very happy to have you with us here today. Why don't you kick off our briefing? Thank you.
Really appreciate you having me, Caroline. A couple of questions for you, if I may. First on the stock market. So currently it's the 25th anniversary today of the dot-com bubble crash. There's a lot of concern for a lot of Americans right now about the state of the economy. President Trump has refused to rule out a recession. Secretary Lutnick, however, has told us there will not be one. So can the White House just tell and assure Americans today that there's not going to be a recession?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. So let me start by saying that, first of all, when it comes to the stock market, the numbers that we see today, the numbers we saw yesterday, the numbers we'll see tomorrow are a snapshot of a moment in time. And as President Trump has said, and I'm here to echo the remarks of this president of this White House, we are in a period of economic transition. We are in a period of transition from the mess that was created under Joe Biden in the previous administration. Joe Biden left this country in an economic disaster. Several statistics to point out. The delinquency rate on credit card loans increased 63% under Joe Biden, hitting a near 12-year high. Under Joe Biden, all net job growth went to foreign-born Americans. Real wages declined by 1.5% under Joe Biden. And as we all know, and this administration continues to combat, prices soared more than 20% under Joe Biden because of his reckless spending and economic policies. So we are in a period of transition from that economic nightmare under a president who had no idea what he was doing, never held a private sector job in his life, into a golden age of American manufacturing under a businessman and a deal maker in chief in President Donald J. Trump, who is implementing the formula that we know works. Look at President Trump's results in his first term. If people are looking for certainty, they should look at the record of this president. That's why the American people re-elected him back to this office. And look at everything that President Trump has already done and his team has already done in just 51 days. The massive efforts to deregulate, tax cuts, which we need Congress to pass the Trump economic agenda, the Trump tax cuts, which will unleash economic growth. And the president also addressed this directly, I will point out as well, when you look at what he said on Air Force One. And he said he wants the American people to have so much money in their pockets they don't even know what to do with it. That's the intent of this administration, and we're working very hard every day on that goal.
Second question on the CR. So President Trump came out today in a primary challenge against Congressman Thomas Massie. Congressman Massie's been a supporter of DOGE. He's been a supporter of Make America Healthy Again. What kind of message is this White House sending against a congressman who's sticking up for principles that he's long held in the chamber and voting against continuing resolution and spending?
I think the president has made it very clear that he believes it's critical for conservatives and Republicans and frankly all members of Congress to get behind this continuing resolution to keep the government funded. The president wants to continue the momentum that he has built over the last 51 days. In order to keep the government funded, we got to keep moving with these deportations, and he believes that everybody needs to get on board with this bill. He's been active in this process. He's been making calls to get this over the finish line, and we're urging every Republican, and Democrats too, to do what's right for the American public to prevent a government shutdown.
Just the last question here on Mahmoud Khalil. Does the administration believe that it needs to charge a green card holder with a crime to be eligible for deportation?
Well, in fact, Secretary Rubio reserves the right to revoke the visa of Mahmoud Khalil, and I'm glad you brought this up. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, the Secretary of State has the right to revoke a green card or a visa for individuals who serve or are adversarial to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States of America. And Mahmoud Khalil was an individual who was given the privilege of coming to this country to study at one of our nation's finest universities and colleges. And he took advantage of that opportunity, of that privilege, by siding with terrorists, Hamas terrorists who have killed innocent men, women, and children. This is an individual who organized group protests that not only disrupted college campus classes and harassed Jewish American students and made them feel unsafe on their own college campus, but also distributed pro-Hamas propaganda, flyers with the logo of Hamas. That is what the behavior and activity that this individual engaged in. And I have those flyers on my desk. They were provided to me by the Department of Homeland Security. I thought about bringing them into this briefing room to share with all of you, but I didn't think it was worth the dignity of this room to bring that pro-Hamas propaganda. But that's what this individual distributed on the campus of Columbia University. And this administration is not going to tolerate individuals having the privilege of studying in our country and then siding with pro-terrorist organizations that have killed Americans. We have a zero-tolerance policy for siding with terrorists, period. Peter Ducey.
Thank you, Caroline. So you said that the Dow dropping and dropping and dropping is a period of transition. You're sure nobody here at the White House shorted the Dow?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. But is there any concern here that it's going to be harder to ask certain federal workers to retire if they look at their retirement accounts and they're getting robbed every day?
Well, I'm glad you brought up workers, because that's exactly who President Trump is looking out for with his America First trade policy and his America First economic agenda. And if you look at, there's great indication to be optimistic about where the economy stands. And the American people, investors, CEOs, small business owners, but most importantly workers, should bet on President Trump, because his tariff policies, what he envisions is reciprocity, fair trade practices where American workers are put first and are no longer ripped off by foreign countries all over this world.
President Trump says he's going to buy a Tesla today. Did he buy it? And when is the last time he drove a car?
That's a very good question. I have heard the president remark that he misses being able to drive, that luxury of driving his own vehicle, although the beast is nice, but he is going to be viewing a Tesla that is making its way to the White House complex now, I can confirm. Perhaps the press pool today will have an opportunity to witness this very exciting moment later this afternoon, but a Tesla is on its way here now, and we'll see if the president likes it when he checks it out.
So they're bringing him a Tesla to look at, and if he likes it, he's just going to buy it.
You know, he's intent on, he's definitely going to buy one, but he'll take a look at it when it gets here later this afternoon.
Full retail?
Yes, full market price. Kelly.
Can we talk about Canada? What is the status of President Trump having a conversation with Mark Carney? We have seen the president use the term governor to refer to Justin Trudeau. Will that moniker also go to Mr. Carney going forward? And is the decision to increase the tariffs, is that based on a specific economic metric that he looked at? Is it impulse? How would you describe his reaction to Canada?
The president has not yet spoken to Mr. Carney, not since I checked, which was just moments ago. But certainly his phone is always open to leaders who wish to speak with him. As for the tariffs, the president made his position on this quite clear with the statement that he put out. And it was a retaliatory statement due to the escalation of rhetoric that we've seen out of Ontario, Canada. The president saw the Premier, Doug Ford, make an egregious and insulting comment threatening to shut down electricity for the American people, for hardworking American families. He made that threat. The president saw that and has an obligation and a responsibility to respond accordingly and represent the interests of the American people. So he has made the decision to add a 25% tariff. So now steel and aluminum tariffs will come into effect tomorrow at the rate of 50%. And our steel and aluminum industries have actually applauded these tariffs because, again, they know it's going to grow their industry here. It's going to allow them to export more steel that is made right here in the United States with American workers.
Egregious and insulting are your words here, but that's what many Canadian leaders have said about the actions President Trump has taken toward Canada. And what do you think the timeline is for speaking to Mr. Carney? Because normally a sitting president speaks to a close ally very quickly when there's new leadership.
Well, the president is, again, responding to the fact that Canada has been ripping off the United States of America and hardworking Americans for decades. If you look at the rates of tariffs across the board that Canadians have been imposing on the American people and our workers here, it is egregious. In fact, I have a handy-dandy chart here that shows not just Canada, but the rate of tariffs across the board. If you look at Canada, since you brought it up, American cheese and butter, nearly 300% tariff. You look at India, 150% tariff on American alcohol. You think that's helping Kentucky bourbon be exported into India? I don't think so. 100% tariff on agricultural products from India. Look at Japan, tariffing rice, 700%. President Trump believes in reciprocity, and it is about dang time that we have a president who actually looks out for the interests of American businesses and workers. And all he's asking for at the end of the day are fair and balanced trade practices, and unfortunately, Canada has not been treating us very fairly at all over the past several decades. To the woman in the purple, because I saw you were making a face at my previous answer, so what's going on?
Well, actually, I have a couple of questions. At the core of pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses and elsewhere is a demand to end the war in Gaza, a goal that this administration actually supports and has pursued. So why has this not been acknowledged or highlighted even?
Because these colleges and these protests have again put out Hamas propaganda. The flyers that have been distributed call for violence. The flyers that have been distributed have the logo of an organization that has held Americans hostage, that murdered innocent babies, that murdered men, women, and children. They are a designated foreign terrorist organization, and we are not going to tolerate non-citizens, foreigners who come here on a visa engaging in such behavior, siding with terrorists. And the Secretary of State reserves the authority to revoke the green card or the visa of an individual who serves as an actually it says right here, reasonable grounds to believe that the alien's presence or activities in the United States would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences to the United States. And I think siding with Hamas makes that quite clear. Secretary Rubio exercised that authority, and we fully believe that we are going to move forward with more arrests, as President Trump previewed in his statement yesterday. Ed.
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead.
So are there conversations between the administration and the Canadians going on over this tariff? Because the Ontario Premier says the next step is to cut off electricity to the U.S.
And the president put out a statement after seeing those comments and said that it would be there would be grave consequences imposed on Canada if they think about shutting off electricity for the United States of America and our citizens. And the president is also determined to ensure that we are depending on American electricity, not the electricity production of foreign nations, including our allies in Canada. As for conversations, there is continued correspondence between the president's team, particularly Secretary Lutnick, and the Canadians as well.
And in the market reaction, how do you sell to the American people then after they're looking at what's happening in the markets this week and say that the tariff policy long term is something good?
Well, just think about what the tariff policy long-term will do for our country. I think many of us probably grew up in small towns. I know at least I did, and the main street in my small town looks a heck of a lot worse than it probably did decades ago before I was alive. At least my parents and grandparents tell me so. And I know many Americans feel that same way. What the president envisions for this country is for the United States of America to be a manufacturing superpower where there are American factories and businesses owned by Americans, producing goods that we are exporting to the rest of the world. Those revenues will stay here. It will increase wages for people here in our great country. It will ensure our national security, and it will boost the morale of the American people to have thriving industries again. Think about Detroit, Michigan. Think about North Carolina, as I mentioned, that used to have a thriving furniture industry that no longer exists because of the globalist trade policies of previous and past administrations. And the American people gave the president a tremendous opportunity to restore American greatness and restore our manufacturing dominance, and he's intent on doing just that. John.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions for you. First, on the CR, you put up on the screen the president's message to Republicans to support this continuing resolution. Is there outreach to Democrats? Because what we've seen since the beginning of the fiscal year is that in order to get a continuing resolution, you need bipartisan support and you need compromise.
Well, right now, we are focused on House Republicans and on the House, because that's the first step, as you know, John. And so the president has engaged in correspondence with House Republicans, whipping votes and getting them to a yes, which I understand has been pretty successful this morning thus far. And so, again, the president is encouraging Republicans especially, but again, as I said, all members of Congress to vote to continue funding this government so we can continue the business of the American people, which elected President Trump to do.
And then on financial markets, we've seen this decline yesterday. We see it today as well. It seems that the read on the president's policies is one in which they do not have confidence in his trade tariffs policy. They do not have confidence in what the president said to Fox News over the weekend, that he didn't rule out the idea of a recession. What is your read in terms of the decline that we've seen over the last week and a half in financial markets?
Well, I think there's actually a lot of reason to be confident, and many people do feel confident. Just look at the nearly $2 trillion in private investment that this president has secured. Look at the comments made by the CEO of Apple, one of the biggest companies in this world, who said that he is bullish on the future of American innovation under the leadership of President Trump. Look at CEO confidence. According to the Conference Board measure of CEO confidence, in Q1 2025, under the leadership of this president, it jumped to its highest level in 3 years, from cautious optimism to confident optimism. If you, again, look at the $2 trillion in investments from some of the biggest companies in the world, look at the jobs report last Friday, as I also cited in my opening remarks. Fox Business reported that Trump sees a manufacturing boom in first full jobs report of his second term. Look at the auto jobs that have already poured back into America. We added 9,000 new auto jobs. Those are sticky jobs. Those are good paying jobs. That's 9,000 American families who will now be able to live the American dream because of the policies of this administration. You also look at small business optimism. The NFIB put out a report this morning. Small business optimism continues to be far higher than it ever was under the previous administration. There's a lot of reason to be optimistic. And again, the American people, CEOs and people on Wall Street and on Main Street should bet on this president. He is a deal maker, he is a businessman, and he's doing what's right for our country. He wants to restore wealth to the United States of America. Michael, good to see you.
Hey, Caroline, thank you. Two questions, if I may. Will the administration be providing any relief
to states affected by the Ontario power tariff?
Well, the president has made it very clear that Canada would be very wise not to shut off electricity for the American people, and we hope that that does not happen. As for what would happen if that does take place, I'll leave it to the president to make those decisions.
Does President Trump share the Justice Department's concern over rising egg prices and possible collusion of big egg?
Well, we definitely do share the concerns of the American people when it comes to the price of eggs. However, good news, the average cost of a dozen eggs is actually down since Secretary Rollins and President Trump announced their plan. It's down $1.85. So that's good news on the cost of eggs. And as we know, under the Biden administration, egg prices went up 22%. This is another example of an economic mess that President Trump inherited, and the Secretary of Agriculture and the President are focused on fixing it. Secretary Rollins put out a 4-point plan, to address this crisis, and she has been honest and realistic with the American people, as this administration always is. It will take about 3 to 6 months to get the egg supply back to where it should be, but she's focused, and this administration is focused on doing that every day. Karen.
Thanks, Caroline. Just back on the markets, you said that what we're seeing this week right now on Wall Street is a snapshot of a moment in time. But does the president think he bears any responsibility for the turmoil in the stock market this week?
Look, the president is unwavering in his commitment to restore American manufacturing and global dominance, and I think he doubled down on that this morning with his new statement and the tariffs that will be implemented tomorrow on steel and aluminum.
And he has said recently he's not looking at the market. He said you can't really watch the stock market, but all of the gains since Election Day have been erased in the S&P 500. At what point, how far do stocks have to fall before the president considers it a factor and changes course?
Again, as I just said, the president will look out for Wall Street and for Main Street, just like he did in his first term, and people on Wall Street and Main Street should bet on this president. He's doing what's right for this country. Nick, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you, Caroline. So, is the president prepared, like what we saw with Congressman Massey, to pressure other Republican lawmakers into supporting this continuing resolution?
Well, he is very much, as I said, engaged in this process. He's been making calls to lawmakers on Capitol Hill, and I think his statements against Congressman Massey speak for themselves, and I will let the president put out any additional statements if he chooses to, but he fully expects all House Republicans to vote for this continuing resolution.
And just to follow up, can we start to anticipate seeing more of the president weighing in on upcoming 2026 races like we saw this morning?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to speak about that from this podium. I would check in with our outside political team for guidance on future races and the president's involvement. Elena.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about some comments Elon Musk made yesterday. He said that there is $500 to $700 billion in waste and fraud and entitlement spending. He called it, quote, the big one to eliminate. Earlier this month, he also referred to Social Security as a Ponzi scheme. Should Americans expect changes, big changes, to Social Security and Medicare?
President Trump has been unequivocally clear on this. He is going to protect Social Security and Medicare benefits and Medicaid for hardworking Americans who paid into these entitlement programs and deserve those hard-earned benefits. And unfortunately, the mainstream media has taken Mr. Musk out of context. I saw a Bloomberg headline that our team actually worked on getting updated and fixed because it was so wrong, and it took Mr. Musk out of context. What he was specifically referring to cutting was the waste and the fraud and abuse that does exist in these programs. According to an IG report from the Social Security Administration, there's more than $70 billion of fraud in the Social Security program alone that we know of. And so the president will continue to protect these programs for hardworking Americans, and actually cutting the waste, fraud, and abuse out of these programs will protect it for hardworking Americans.
Okay, respectfully, he said around $500 to $700 billion. There was no evidence to claim that, and also if that is the case, that would represent more than a third of what Social Security paid out last year, maybe 20% of Social Security and Medicare.
Again, if you read his full quote, he said, we think, so it's an estimate based on what he's seen. He's not saying definitively, he's saying that's what DOJ suspects and thinks. And that's exactly why DOJ was created, to ensure that we are investigating the fraudulent spending, the wasteful abuse across our federal government. And I would remind everybody in this room that 77% of the American people support this effort by Elon Musk and Doge to identify such waste, fraud, and abuse.
Caroline.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
You're welcome.
If we could just step back for a second. When President Trump last addressed the BRT when he was on the campaign trail, his big push was on tax cuts. He's going there today as he's proposing tax hikes in the form of tariffs.
Not true.
And I'm curious
He's not doing
why
that.
he's prioritizing that over the tax cuts.
He's actually not implementing tax hikes. Tariffs are a tax hike on foreign countries that, again, have been ripping us off. Tariffs are a tax cut for the American people, and the president is a staunch advocate of tax cuts. As you know, he campaigned on no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security benefits. He is committed to all three of those things, and he expects Congress to pass them later this year.
I'm sorry, have you ever paid a tariff? Because I have.
That's
They
it.
don't get charged on foreign companies, they get charged on the importers.
And ultimately, when we have fair and balanced trade, which the American people have not seen in decades, as I said at the beginning, revenues will stay here, wages will go up, and our country will be made wealthy again. And I think it's insulting that you are trying to test my knowledge of economics and the decisions that this president has made. I'm now regret giving a question to the Associated Press. Mary, go ahead.
Hey, Caroline, I have two if that's okay. The first one was on Russia, Ukraine. I know Special Envoy Witkoff said yesterday that Zelensky apologized in his letter to Trump. Can you share any more about that letter and what else might be interesting from it that we don't know?
Yes, the president did reference that letter, as you're saying, in his joint address to Congress. And I do have an update. As you know, Secretary of State Rubio and our National Security Advisor Mike Waltz have been negotiating with the Ukrainians today in Saudi. They will be providing a full readout of that meeting very soon. But I can assure you and everybody here and the American people that the news we've received from that meeting throughout the day and the president has been briefed on is positive. This meeting has been productive. I will let Secretary of State Rubio and our National Security Advisor speak to the specifics of what has taken place today when they are ready to do so when the meeting concludes. Lindsay, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Referring to Mahmoud Khalil, the president has said this is the first of many arrests like this. Does the administration have a rough estimate of how many arrests you're planning to make similar?
I don't have an estimate. I do know that DHS, based on very good intel that they have gathered at the direction of the president's executive order, which made it very clear to the Department of Homeland Security that engaging, as I said, in anti-American, anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas protests will not be tolerated. So since the president signed that executive order and since Secretary of Known has taken the oath at DHS, they have been using intelligence to identify individuals on our nation's colleges and universities, on our college campuses, who have engaged in such behavior and activity, and especially illegal activity. And so I don't have a readout on how many arrests will come, but I do know that DHS is actively working on it. And I also know that Columbia University has been given the names of other individuals who have engaged in pro-Hamas activity, and they are refusing to help DHS identify those individuals on campus. And as the president said very strongly in his statement yesterday, he is not going to tolerate that, and we expect all America's colleges and universities to comply with this administration's policy. Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Carolyn, for the question. On Canada, after all of these threats to increase tariffs or turn off electricity, I wonder, does this administration still consider Canada to be a close ally of the United States?
Well, I think Canada is a neighbor. They are a partner. They have always been an ally. Perhaps they are becoming a competitor now. But as the president also laid out in his Truth Social post today, he believes that Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America. And I actually looked into some of the research about the cost of living in Canada, and the cost of living is much higher than it is here in the United States of America. The average cost of a home in Canada is much higher. In Quebec, the highest tax rate for an income of $150,000 or more is 53.3%, more than half of Canadians' incomes they are being taxed on. So the president has made it clear that he believes Canadians would be better served economically, militarily, if they were to become the 51st state of the United States of America. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. A week ago, Attorney General Bondi said a truckload of Epstein files had been delivered to her office from the SDNY. When can we expect those files to be released to the public?
I would defer you to the Department of Justice. I don't have a timeline here.
Do you have any update on the JFK files?
I don't at this moment. Again, I would defer you to our DNI director, Tulsi Gabbard, and also the Department of Justice. I know that they are working on that diligently, as the president requested them to do. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions. Since we've been talking a lot about tariffs, have there been any updates on standing up the External Revenue Service to collect revenue from there?
Well, we need reciprocal tariffs to go into effect first, and as you know, the president will be rolling those out on April 2nd, and then the next start of that process is collecting that revenue to ultimately create the External Revenue Service, which Secretary Lookner is working very hard on and is quite enthusiastic about, if you have noticed from his media interviews.
Can the president do that through executive action, or will it require legislation?
Well, the president already signed an executive order to direct the Secretary of Commerce to establish the External Revenue Service, or at least to identify ways in which it can be done. I would defer you to the Department of Commerce for more on specifics on that. Sure, in the back.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I have a few questions on South Korea and North Korea. First question, as you know, South Korean President Yoon has been released from illegal detention. What is the reaction of the United States as an ally? Is there a possibility of a summit with President Trump when President Yoon returns? Second question on North Korea. North Korea launched the several ballistic missiles into the west coast yesterday. What is the White House's reaction on this?
Sure. Yes, I'll start with your question on North Korea. We condemn these actions, and we call on North Korea to stop their unlawful and destabilizing actions. As for South Korea, the U.S. and Republic of Korea's alliance is ironclad, and the Trump administration remains in close contact with our South Korean counterparts as we work together to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific. Sure.
First question you didn't answer that release of South Korean president from jail.
I don't have anything on that, but I can certainly check in with the National Security Council and get back to you. Sure, good to see you.
Press Secretary, many are concerned about the validity of President Biden's official actions and also his pardons of the possible criminal actions of individuals such as his family members and Liz Cheney, as information is emerging that many of his official actions were auto-signed, possibly even the pardons, and without his knowledge or consent. Does the White House have any information available currently that Biden was actually the one that approved and signed those pardons? And second question, will the DOJ investigate whether President Biden's cognitive decline allowed unelected staff to push through radical policy and pardons without his knowing approval?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can check in with our folks here who may know the answer to that question and get back to you. Dasha, go ahead.
Caroline, you did a great job articulating the vision that President Trump has for what he believes his tariffs can do in terms of bringing jobs back to the United States. I asked you last week about how much Americans might need to buckle up for some short-term pain, a conversation that with the President and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent have had with the people. I'm wondering, how high is the pain threshold for President Trump and for this White House as you watch some of the turbulence in the stock markets, as you field concerns from businesses and potentially see some of those approval ratings drop in the short term? How much is he willing to stomach that, and will he stay committed to his vision for tariffs even as all of this comes up?
Well, the president has been working hard every single day to alleviate the pain that was inflicted by the previous administration through massive deregulation, through drill baby drill, as we like to call it, unleashing the might of our energy industry, which we know will ultimately drive down costs for consumers here at home. And again, as I mentioned, the president is intent on signing tax cuts for the American people to put more money back into their pockets, which will ultimately unlock consumer confidence. And again, I'll reiterate the president's words in layman's terms as he does best. The president wants the American people to have so much more money in their pockets they don't know what to do with it. That's the goal of this administration, through tariffs, through tax cuts, through deregulation, and through unleashing the potential of our energy industry. I have two more quick notes before I wrap up. April 28th, I can confirm that the Philadelphia Eagles will be here at the White House to celebrate their Super Bowl victory. I know there was a lot of fake news about an invitation that wasn't sent or was sent. We want to correct the record. We sent an invitation. They enthusiastically accepted, and you will see them here on April 28th. And lastly, on a sad note, I would like to express our condolences to Fox News and to the entire Fox family who did lose a cameraman, Craig Savage, who passed away at 61 years old recently. A very tragic death, an individual who was a great man and covered this building for many, many years. So,
oh, what happened? Where did the audio go? We lost audio. Did we lose? Oh, hold on. I see what happened. Let me replay that. Hold on a second. Hang on. I'm going to replay that last bit.
perhaps you'll our condolences with his family and also with Fox News. And I'll see you guys later. Perhaps you'll see the president in a Tesla later this afternoon. Have a good one.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that last few seconds. Hey, really quick, that was the White House press briefing. There actually is coming up in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, guys, there is a press conference from the NTSB on the helicopter plane crash in Washington, D.C. That is happening. So I need to get that on the screen for you. We will show that. Media briefing. Wow, look at this. Look at this. Hold on a second. Media briefing on airlines, PSA Airlines bombardier and military helicopter collision. So this is coming up. I don't know what kind of news they have, but they announced this briefing today, and this is coming up in 4 minutes. So we'll take a look at this. I'll read a few comments about the White House press briefing while we're waiting for this. You heard her saying, got a lot of questions about the economy, about the stock market going down, about tariffs, and the general response from the White House press briefing was that this is a time of transition in the economy and that eventually there will be great benefits to the U.S. that comes from Trump's economic policy. So there seems to be this view that the benefits will ultimately justify any kind of short-term costs. Let's see. So let me read some comments for you guys. But again, this NTSB briefing, oh, hold on a second here. Let me change the headline, is coming up in 3 minutes. 3 minutes until the NTSB briefing. That DC crash happened in, I want to get the exact date of that. That was on January 29th. Oopsie. I don't want people to think there's another one. There wasn't another crash. Okay. And again, I don't know why they're having a briefing today. I assume they have something new to announce. So we're going to cover the other stories as well. We'll talk more about Mahmoud Khalil. We'll talk about the arrest of former President Duterte in the Philippines. So we have all kinds of things to talk about here. But this is about to start in about a minute. Quick check on the stock market prices, by the way. Right now, the Dow Jones down 1.54%, S&P 500 down around 1.18%, and NASDAQ down 0.75%. So stocks down some in the U.S. Oops, there's a extra slash in the headline. Sorry about that. I got to fix the headline anyway in a second when it starts. All right. Okay, any moment now, this briefing will start. Let me... Oh, here we go. Look, here we go. Here's the briefing. Here is the briefing. I'll say update.
Good afternoon. Eric Weiss with NTSB Media Relations. Today you'll be briefed on the January 29th mid-air collision outside Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Briefing you today will be NTSB Chairman Jennifer Homendy, as well as IIC, or Investigator in Charge, Bryce Banning, BRICE BANNING.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. Today, we're issuing our preliminary report of the mid-air collision involving a U.S. Army Sikorsky UH-60 Lima, or Black Hawk, and PSA Airlines doing business as American Airlines Flight 5342 over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. on January 29th. As a reminder, our preliminary reports are just that. They are preliminary. We still have a lot of work to do in this investigation, so the report contains only the facts that we're able to validate and release at this time. If we still have questions on something, or there's an area that we need to do more investigative work on, we're going to do that work, and that takes time. What we're not going to do is release unverified information which would only mislead the public, regulators, and others. Also, since I'm level setting here, this report does not include any analysis. That comes later in our investigation. Right now, we are still in the fact-finding phase of this investigation. I often say that the easiest and quickest part of the investigation is determining what happened. The part that takes longer is the how and why. The NTSB prides itself on being the global leader in accident investigations. We are thorough and we're fact-based. Those facts, the evidence, serve as the foundation for our analysis, our probable cause, our findings, and our safety recommendations. Generally, the preliminary report we're releasing today discusses crew experience in terms of flight hours, the history of the flights, much of which was released in my last press conference, information on the recorders. We still have a lot of work to do in this area as the Black Hawk's combined cockpit voice and flight data recorder does not record date information, time information, or helicopter position information. And as I mentioned in the last press conference, there is inconsistency in the data which led us to declare the pressure altitude parameter on the Black Hawk as invalid. We're now in the process of determining whether that may have affected other helicopter systems that used pressure altitude as a data source, such as the altimeters. The report also contains information on the operators, the aircraft involved, air traffic control at the time of the crash, helicopter routes, the airport, emergency response and recovery operations, and the wreckage exams. But what I want to focus on this afternoon is our issuance of a recommendation report that contains 2 urgent safety recommendations to the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, concerning the helicopter routes near DCA. Urgent recommendations require immediate action to prevent similar accidents or incidents. When we issue them, we believe a critical safety issue must be addressed without delay. For this investigation, we're reviewing airport operations and prior incidents, including near mid-air collision events. Information gathered from voluntary safety reporting programs and the FAA regarding encounters between helicopters and commercial aircraft near DCA show that from 2011 through 2024, a vast majority of reported events occurred on approach to landing. Initial analysis found that at least one Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System, or TCAS, resolution advisory was triggered per month from 2011 through 2024 at DCA due to proximity to a helicopter. TCAS resolution advisories, or RAs, unlike traffic advisories, or TAs, are recommended escape maneuvers, for example, climb or descend, level off. Keep in mind that a TA is issued when the intruding aircraft is about 20 seconds from the closest point of approach, or 0.3 nautical miles, whichever occurs first. They are advisory. RAs indicate a collision threat and require immediate action. In over half of the encounters we reviewed, again from 2011 through 2024, the helicopter may have been above the route altitude restriction. 2/3 of the events occurred at night. We then reviewed commercial operations at DCA and found that between October 2021 and December 2024, there were a total of 944,179 commercial operations at DCA. These are instrument flight rules, or IFR, departures or arrivals. Again, that number is 944,179 commercial operations at DCA. During that time, again, October 2021 through December 2024, there were 15,214 occurrences, or close proximity events, between commercial airplanes and helicopters, in which there was a lateral separation distance of less than 1 nautical mile and vertical separation of less than 400 feet. There were 85 recorded events that involved a lateral separation of less than 1,500 feet and vertical separation of less than 200 feet. As a result of the accident, U.S. Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy took swift action to ensure safety and restrict helicopter traffic from operating over the Potomac River at DCA until March 31st. And I want to commend him for that and commend the work of the FAA to also take swift action. As that deadline nears, we remain concerned about the significant potential for a future mid-air collision at DCA, which is why we are recommending a permanent solution today. On the chart to my right is a cross-section of the airspace that extends from runway 33's center line spanning from the runway to the east bank of the Potomac River. The figure shows the separation distance that would exist according to FAA charts, with a helicopter on Route 4 and an airplane descending on the glide slope to runway 33. As stated in my last press conference and confirmed by the FAA, helicopter routes established by the FAA have no lateral boundaries, and the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart includes no warning for helicopters to operate a defined distance from the shoreline. So this shaded region right here represents an approximation of the area in which helicopters could be flown. We know that the helicopter on the accident date was not in this area. It was to the west. But at the maximum altitude here of just 200 feet, a helicopter operating over the eastern shoreline of the Potomac River would have just 75 feet of vertical separation from an airplane approaching runway 33. 75 feet. That distance decreases if the helicopter is operated farther from the shoreline. And again, this helicopter, the Black Hawk, was operated farther to the west. We've determined that the existing separation distances between helicopter traffic operating on Route 4 and aircraft landing on runway 33 are insufficient and pose an intolerable risk to aviation safety by increasing the chances of a mid-air collision at DCA. Let me repeat that. They pose an intolerable risk to aviation safety. We're therefore recommending today that the FAA permanently prohibit operations on helicopter Route 4 between Haines Point and the Wilson Bridge when runways 15 and 33 are being used for departures and arrivals at DCA. Now, we recognize that a total closure of helicopter 4 between Haines Point and the Wilson Bridge during times when runway 15 and runway 33 are in use would restrict a vital aviation corridor used for law enforcement activity, Coast Guard patrols, and continuity of government operations. Additionally, mandating that controllers hold helicopters in place north or south of DCA while airplanes are operating on runway 15 and runway 33 has the potential to increase risk by adding to controller workload. So we are also recommending that the FAA designate an alternative helicopter route that can be used to facilitate travel between Haines Point and the Wilson Bridge when that segment of Route 4 is closed. From here, our team has a lot of work to do. We'll conduct a number of simulations, including in the Black Hawk simulator, CRJ simulator, ATC tower simulator, all using the accident inputs and conditions. We'll conduct a comprehensive visibility study for the CRJ flight, the Black Hawk flight, and tower visibility, all under night conditions. We will conduct additional interviews in helicopter operations and in air traffic control, and the team will continue to examine the radio altimeters, the barometric altimeters, and additional electronics. With that, I will take questions. Please raise your hand. I will call on you. Please state your name and your affiliation. Yes, sir.
Tom Rousey with ABC7 here in D.C. So it sounds like you're saying the way this was done for years, every day, was presenting an intolerable risk. Is that a correct characterization?
Yes, that is a correct characterization. There's a serious safety issue here, which is why we're issuing these urgent safety recommendations. Fortunately, and I am pleased that Secretary Duffy took immediate action. Now we need to see that more permanent solution.
Now that said, you're recommending an alternate route. Couldn't that take it over homes and potentially create battles there?
That is something that the FAA has to look at as part of designating that route, which is why
Hey guys, hang on a moment. I don't know if I have this. Marco Rubio is speaking. Hold on 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Hang on a moment. Here. No. Do I have this video? Are they live? There is video of it, but I don't have... Do I have something I can show you? Give me a moment here. If not, I will tell you about it in a second. But I think they're talking about Ukraine. But, yes, this is not... The Department of State has not posted it on... Is the White House showing it? It's not live on the White House. The current video that I can see, I don't have the rights to show, so I can't just show it. But there is Ukraine news that's starting to come out. So basically, the report: Ukraine has apparently agreed to a U.S. 30-day ceasefire proposal, but Russia has not agreed to it yet. That's the news I'm seeing. So if you give me a second, again, just seeing this news right now, and again, I cannot steal the footage, so maybe they will post it after the State Department so I can show it to you in full. But the State Department is not running it currently. Let me get you a summary here of what's going on. Hang on a moment. Okay, here is
where.
Hold on. Well, first of all, I'm gonna turn off the NTSB briefing. We'll talk about that hopefully in a second. But here, let me show you this. Ukraine agrees to accept immediate 30-day ceasefire, says U.S.-Ukraine statement. This is an update from Reuters. Ukraine has agreed to accept a U.S. proposal for an immediate 30-day ceasefire and to take steps towards restoring a durable peace after Russia's invasion, according to a joint U.S.-Ukraine statement on Tuesday. The two sides meeting in Saudi Arabia also agreed to conclude as soon as possible a comprehensive agreement to developing Ukraine's critical mineral resources, the statement said. I'm going to try to get that statement for you. So it's a little unclear because I don't believe Russia has agreed to anything. So there's no ceasefire yet. Let's see here. U.S. and Ukraine say they've agreed on 30-day... I don't even want to say this thing. U.S. I'll call it a proposal. We don't know that there's actually going to be a ceasefire. Okay. Let me try to get this. I went to this. I'm trying to find the statement too. Give me a second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Also, the U.S., I guess, is announcing, what I'm seeing is that the U.S. is announcing that that they're going to start resuming intelligence sharing to Ukraine. I'm seeing that reported. I'd like to see the actual statement. Where is the statement? Somebody probably sent it to me. Oh, B&O had a copy of it. Let me see if I can find it. From the original source. As soon as I can find the statement, I will... Did the State Department post it yet? Let's see. No. Here, look. Trump administration to resume military aid to Ukraine and intelligence sharing. The Trump administration said, oh, did the White House announce this? Let me see if it's on the White House site. AP says the Trump administration said today it would immediately lift a suspension of military aid to Ukraine and its intelligence sharing with Kyiv a week after imposing the measures to push President Zelensky to enter talks to end the war with invading Russian forces. Ukraine said it was open to a 30-day ceasefire, subject to Kremlin agreement. So there's no ceasefire yet, and the U.S. is resuming military aid and intelligence sharing. But again, there's no ceasefire yet. So it's a little confusing. So let me just... First of all, we're doing that. So Mike Waltz and Marco Rubio just made a statement. I'm hoping to actually have video after the fact of that statement. I'm sorry I didn't have live video of it, but I didn't have the rights to it. And it was not, they did not show it on like the government channels. So if you give me a moment here, hopefully soon I can give you the exact statement. Still hasn't been posted. Oh, hold on. No, not there. By the way, thanks to Fred Witherow for your support. I really appreciate it, Fred. Hang on. So, by the way, the NTSB announced a recommendation to significantly restrict helicopter traffic around Reagan Airport in D.C. I don't remember the exact specifics, but they are saying that in recent years they believe that there was a dangerous risk because of the helicopter traffic that was being allowed to fly near the planes there. So that happened. We saw that announcement. Hopefully I can get more on that soon. Where is this coming from? All right, we are bringing you some updates on Ukraine situation. I'm trying to figure out exactly, I mean, it's certainly very significant news that U.S. is resuming military aid and intelligence sharing to Ukraine. How big a deal that Ukraine, in theory, agreed to some sort of 30-day ceasefire proposal that Russia has not agreed to, I don't know. I don't know. B&O News posted what it said was the statement. I'm just trying to find the original source so I can read it to you. And I haven't seen it, the original source yet. Again, you can see here.
Aviation is incredibly safe. DCA is where I...
The Trump administration said today that it would immediately lift its suspension of military aid to Ukraine and its intelligence sharing with Ukraine a week after imposing the measures to push Ukrainian President Zelensky to enter talks to end the war with invading Russian forces. Ukraine also said it was open to a 30-day ceasefire in the war with Russia, subject to Russia's agreement. The announcements emerged as senior officials from Ukraine and the U.S. opened talks in Saudi Arabia. President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, is expected to travel later this week to Moscow, where he could meet with Russian President Putin, says AP. J.D. Riddle says hopefully this will be the first steps to peace. Oh, I have a video of a Ukrainian official speaking. Hang on a moment. What's this? What is this? Give me a moment. There's a Ukrainian official speaking right now. Is he speaking in English? I don't even know. I'll put it on the screen. No. That is not in English. That's in Saudi Arabia. All right, that's not in English. That's not going to be very helpful to us. All right, well, so much for that. So B&O News mentioned, thanks to B&O News, hat tip to B&O News. They posted the statement and they mentioned that the Ukrainian government had posted the statement. So I'm going to show you the statement. But again, thanks to B&O News, I follow them at B&O News. All right, now hang on a moment here. I'm going to show you the statement right now. Okay. Here is the statement. I have the statement for you. Oops, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. Joint statement of Ukrainian and American delegations following their meeting in Jeddah from Ukrainian government. Thanks again to BNO News. Today in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, under the gracious hospitality of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the U.S. and Ukraine took important steps toward restoring durable peace for Ukraine. Representatives of both nations praised the bravery of the Ukrainian people in defense of their nation and agreed now is the time to begin a process toward lasting peace. The Ukrainian delegation reiterated the Ukrainian people's strong gratitude to President Trump, the U.S. Congress, and the people of the United States for making possible meaningful progress towards peace. Ukraine expressed readiness to accept the U.S. proposal to enact an immediate interim 30-day ceasefire, which can be extended by mutual agreement of the parties and which is subject to acceptance and concurrent implementation by the Russian Federation. So I don't know what that proposal says, and Russia has not agreed to it. The U.S. will communicate to Russia that Russian reciprocity is the key to achieving peace. The U.S. will immediately lift the pause on intelligence sharing and resume security assistance to Ukraine. The delegations also discussed the importance of humanitarian relief efforts as part of the peace process, particularly during the above-mentioned ceasefire, including the exchange of prisoners of war, the release of civilian detainees, and the return of forcibly transferred Ukrainian children. Both delegations agreed to name their negotiating teams and immediately begin negotiations toward an enduring peace that provides for Ukraine's long-term security. The U.S. committed to discussing these specific proposals with representatives from Russia. The Ukrainian delegation reiterated that European partners shall be involved in the peace process. Lastly, both countries' presidents agreed to conclude as soon as possible a comprehensive agreement for developing Ukraine's critical mineral resources to expand Ukraine's economy, offset the cost of American assistance, and guarantee Ukraine's long-term prosperity and security. Okay, so our viewer Bab says Russia is not on board. So we haven't heard anything to suggest that Russia has agreed to some proposal. Also, it's not even clear what the ceasefire proposal is. At a certain point, we know it would be 30 days of not fighting, but I'm sure there's got to be specific things in there. So we'll have to see what happens. There's not a lot of specifics in here. You know, so we'll have to see what happens. But the U.S. is agreeing to resume military aid and intelligence sharing. B. Earhart says, will Russia agree to a 30-day ceasefire? That I can't tell you. I have no idea. By the way, a quick thanks to hang on, for your support. The Lobo Lounge, thank you. Also, Walter Beasley. Thanks, Walter. I appreciate it. Tim Glenn. Thank you, Tim, for your support. Thanks, Sonic, for your support. And also, Catherine Martinez. Catherine Martinez. It's something, I think it's like basically Martinez. Thanks, Catherine. And also Jason Lee and Susie Irish. Sorry, I'm behind on my thank yous. Also, Tim Glenn, Inked Patriot, Tanner Toxicity, and DH, and Firestar and Marnie, and Ori Deckel, and Dodger blue. All right, hang on a moment here. Take some more comments. Also, thanks to Clearly Crystal Clear for the gift sub on Twitch. Guy from the 207, thanks for your support. Thanks to Zbot881 for subscribing on Twitch. And also the Notorious Rob, thanks for your support on Twitch. And Oxytropis. And Sandy Doggo and Irrelevant Brett Yates. Thank you. By the way, Doug Ford a lot going on right now. Any moment now, Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, is supposed to speak to the media after earlier today, President Trump announced new tariffs on Canada in response to Canada, specifically Doug Ford of Ontario, announcing new charges on America for electricity coming in from Ontario to America. So we're supposed to hear from Doug Ford very soon on this. So I will show you that when he is speaking. But there's a lot going on right now. And I want to take some more of your comments. So I appreciate you being here. And also a thank you to our moderators as we continue with coverage of various stories. We have Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, and BZ over there on YouTube. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and all of our other moderators on YouTube and X. Also over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, and all of our other, did I say viewer? I meant all of our moderators. We're thanking the moderators right now. And also on Twitch, I got Bastion Girl, Good Luck Duck, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Certainly Dev. Thank you. Okay, now, any moment now, Doug Ford is supposed to speak. If I can get you after the fact that video of Rubio and Mike Waltz speaking, I will. I'm sorry I didn't have that live, but again, it was not, as far as I'm aware, it was not being broadcast by the government. But maybe they will post it after the fact. I'm hoping they do, so I can show it to you. No, they haven't posted it yet. Thank you to Gizmo.net. Gizmo thinks Russia set that rule first and Ukraine has accepted. Are you underestimating Trump here doing and opening aids to Ukraine without strong bond? So it sounds like Gizmo.net thinks that maybe Russia has been party to the negotiations and has agreed to something in theory already. I mean, I haven't heard any kind of reliable reporting that they have agreed to anything or that they know what the U.S. is proposing, but maybe they do. We'll have to see. We will ultimately see whether Russia agrees to some sort of ceasefire proposal that the U.S. and Ukraine, I guess, may have agreed on, although the Ukraine statement said it was the joint statement said that Ukraine was open. Here again, joint statement of Ukrainian American delegations. It says, Ukraine expressed readiness to accept the U.S. proposal to enact an immediate 30-day ceasefire, which can be extended by mutual agreement of the parties, and is subject to acceptance and concurrent implementation by the Russian Federation. So, is Russia ready to just accept a 30-day ceasefire? What are specifics? I'm guessing there's some specifics involved in that. Can you fly surveillance drones, for example? Can you move your troops around? Can you resupply your troops? What does the agreement go away if one side fires one object? I'm wondering what the specifics are. And does it involve any kind of prisoner exchanges or anything? But the basic idea is to stop fighting for 30 days. But I would assume there might be restrictions on, like, can you position your troops like on the border to attack, or as soon as the 30 days is over. There might be some restrictions on moving military resources around or resupply or something. I don't know. We're going to do a poll question right now as we wait for an update. Hold on, Doug. Hold on. Doug Ford's about to speak. We're not going to do the poll question yet because Doug Ford is about to speak. Hang on a moment. There's so much going on. Let me get this up on the screen for you. Let me get it on the screen for you. This is from Toronto. Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, is about to speak after Trump announced new tariffs on Canada today. All right, so hang on a moment. Let's see here. Okay, now. This is in Toronto, Canada. And then I'm going to make the headline say, Ontario Okay. So we got a lot going on. In case you missed it earlier today, I will put the... Sorry to keep jumping around from topic to topic, but there's just a lot happening, so that's how we're doing it today. By the way, Bebop and Rocksteady, thank you, thinks the announcement from U.S. and Ukraine is positive and hope it continues. Be wary of those who want to doom and cast out. Thank you, Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady, for your support. Thank you also to Guillaume M., our member. So let me just show you guys, as we wait for Doug Ford to speak, what President Trump said today, earlier. He said, based on Ontario, Canada, remember Doug Ford is the Premier of Ontario, Canada, based on Ontario, Canada placing a 25% tariff on electricity coming into the U.S., I have instructed my Secretary of Commerce to add an additional 25% tariff, or 50% total, on all steel and aluminum coming into the U.S. from Canada, one of the highest tariffing nations anywhere in the world, says Trump. This will go into effect tomorrow morning, March 12th. Also, Canada must immediately drop their anti-American farmer tariff of 250% to 390% on various U.S. dairy products, which has long been considered outrageous, he says. I will shortly be declaring a national emergency on electricity within the threatened area. This will allow the U.S. to quickly do what has to be done to alleviate this abusive threat from Canada. If other egregious long-time tariffs are not likewise dropped by Canada, I will substantially increase on April 2nd the tariffs on cars coming into the U.S., which will essentially permanently shut down the automobile manufacturing business in Canada, he says. As the camera moves around there a little bit. Again, President Trump is threatening to put new tariffs on cars coming to the U.S. from Canada, which he says will essentially permanently shut down the automobile manufacturing business in Canada. President Trump says those cars can easily be made in the USA. Also, Canada pays very little for national security, he says, relying on the U.S. for military protection. We are subsidizing Canada to the tune of more than $200 billion a year. Why? This cannot continue. The only thing that makes sense, President Trump this morning said, earlier today said, this morning. President Trump says the only thing that makes sense is for Canada to become our cherished 51st state. This would make all tariffs and everything else totally disappear. Canadians' taxes would be very substantially reduced. They will be more secure, militarily and otherwise, than ever before. There would no longer be a northern border problem, and the greatest and most powerful nation in the world will be bigger, better, and larger and stronger than ever, said President Trump. And he also said, and Canada will be a big part of that. The artificial line of separation, he says, drawn many years ago will finally disappear, and we will have the safest and most beautiful nation anywhere in the world, and your brilliant anthem, O Canada, will continue to play, but now representing a great and powerful state within the greatest nation the world has ever seen. So that was the statement from President Trump today. And, we're going to hear from Doug Ford right now. Here's Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario.
Just a little while ago, I had an opportunity to speak to Secretary Lookner. And Secretary Lookner has sent out an olive branch to us to come down and immediately meet with him, meet with the whole trade administration, and discuss the future. Rather than waiting till April the 2nd, threats going back and forth, tit for tat, I've agreed to suspend temporarily, and we always have that tool in our toolkit, until we sit down over the next day or two. I'll be heading down to Washington along with Dominic LeBlanc, and we'll have a good discussion. You know, with any negotiation that we have, there's a point that both parties are heated, and the temperature needs to come down. And I thought this was the right decision. They understand how serious we are about the electricity and the tariffs, and rather than going back and forth and having threats to each other, we have both agreed, let cooler heads prevail. We need to sit down and move this forward. This is a massive, massive deal, the USMCA, which the federal government will be leading the charge. I'll be sitting down with all our premiers tomorrow as well and discussing this and their issues as well. So we're going to go down there, and we're going to go down there with confidence. We're going to go down there with strength. And again, hopefully we can move this forward. I feel as a province, and I only speak for the province of Ontario, I want to reaffirm I do not speak for any other premiers. Everyone's very patriotic, and we have the best premiers I've ever seen. But we're going to be talking about the USMCA moving forward. The worst thing that could happen is wait and let this drag out until April the 2nd. So we're going to move forward and have a very good conversation with Secretary Lookner and the whole trade team, as he said, and hopefully we can move this forward, because it doesn't benefit anyone, as I told him, no matter if it's the auto sector or any other sector here in Canada and specifically Ontario. And all I mentioned, assembly lines will shut down in the US and Canada. The stock market is tumbling over $4 trillion. Consumer confidence has went down. I said it's absolute chaos out there right now. We need to move forward jointly. I emphasized how Canadians love Americans, and I know Americans love Canadians, but going back and forth with each other, it just hurts both countries. So I want to thank Secretary Lookner for reaching out, putting that olive branch, and I've been in business a number of years, a lot of negotiations, and part of the last negotiation, when someone does that, you have to respect that person for putting out that olive branch, and I'm going to make sure we go down there and have a very good but strong and confident conversation.
So Premier, is Mr.
Yes.
Lookner then are they going to hold off on their steel and aluminum tariffs? Is that your understanding? What's the olive branch other than the invitation to DC?
Well, he has to bounce it off the president, but I'm pretty confident he will pull back. and I'm not speaking for them, I'm not speaking for the president, but if he continues with the aluminum and the steel, I just got off the phone with Minister LeBlanc, they will respond dollar for dollar, tariff for tariff. And again, Minister LeBlanc will be joining me, and hopefully Ambassador Hillman, if she's free, will join me as well. But we'll have a strong delegation. But every negotiation starts sitting at the table. And when someone invites you to their home, said, let's sit down at the table, I'm not going to refuse that.
Premier, you're meeting with Prime Minister-designate Carney tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
Is he part of this discussion as well? Could you just fill us in
well,
on your meeting tomorrow and what's up with that?
Dominic LeBlanc is informing the new Prime Minister, elect Prime Minister, Carney, and he'll have a conversation with the Prime Minister.
Premier, the White House Press Secretary mentioned you specifically, said the surcharge was egregious. What did you make of that? And is that factoring into your decision to pull back here?
No, it's not. But in negotiations, you can't keep ratcheting it up on both sides, because the only people that get hurt, Richard, are the Canadian population, Ontario in specific, to be specific, and the American people. I had a conversation with all three governors, Governor Walz just a little while ago, about a week or so ago, but I did speak to Governor Whitmer over the weekend. I spoke to her again this morning, and also Governor Hochul as well.
Trump directly when you head down to Washington?
I'm not too sure. All I know is I'm meeting with the Secretary, Secretary Lutnick, and his entire team down there as well. And again, by no means are we just going to roll over, because we don't roll over to anyone. What we are going to do is have a constructive conversation moving forward. As I reminded the Secretary, you know, we're the closest allies, closest friends, and we need to get back to the table to make sure that we build an AMCAN fortress around the world. I told him we are not the problem, China's the problem, and we look forward to speaking with Secretary Lutnick. I'm sorry.
Moved on electricity.
Yes.
Did you have the okay from the feds, or was this you kind of going on your own?
Well, I think I've been pretty transparent with the federal government and everyone else. I've been mentioning it for probably the last 3 or 4 weeks, and then we had to make a move. Did it catch their attention? That's an understatement. They caught their attention. But I'm not out, and I've said it publicly, I'm not out to hurt the American people. I told the governors I'm not out to hurt them. I apologize that we have to even do this. We have to get to this point. But sometimes you have to play your cards, and this is one of the cards that we played. And hopefully we're going to have a very good, constructive conversation with the Secretary when we get down there. But my goal in any discussion, any negotiation, be it here or in business or in the last agreement that we had, is let's cool everyone down. Cooler heads have to prevail, and we need to sit down and have a very productive conversation. And I truly feel it was the right decision to move forward and bring Minister LeBlanc down, along with the ambassador. If she's free, I have to reach out to her. This has been moving at rocket speed right now, going back and forth, and we had to make a decision. So I made that decision.
What else would she be doing on this file?
Well, I'm just saying, I have to reach out to her. This is going extremely fast. My #1 priority was to talk to the people of Ontario, and I have to reach out to the ambassador. But she's done an incredible job, by the way. I want to thank Ambassador Hillman for all the work she's been doing behind the scenes as well.
Can you say what called who today?
Yes, Secretary Lutnick called me.
Was it because do you think that the CNN push, CNBC, MSNBC, you've been doing a big media blitz on American channels?
Yeah.
Clearly, Secretary Lutnick is noticing that. Do you think that is this vindicating your aggressive, hawkish kind of strategy rather than trying to be an appeaser like some other premiers?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, Robert. What I'm doing the American media for is to inform the American people. You know, I saw a poll that came out the other day, just recently, it's 67% of Americans disagree with President Trump attacking Canada. So the more all of us, all premiers, all CEOs of businesses go out there and inform the American people. This isn't just going to hurt Canada, and it will hurt Canada and Ontario. It's going to hurt the U.S., and it's going to hurt badly. We're already seeing inflation go up in the U.S., and that's not going to be good. I'll tell you, I know the Americans fairly well. They're loving, caring people, and as soon as costs start going up, inflation, plants start shutting down, you can't attack your number one customer, Canada, and not expect a response. And we responded, and they came back, and I'm a business person. I want to sit down and negotiate this and stop the bleeding. As we're going at each other, China's sitting back laughing, building their critical mineral arsenal, and you know, the words Chinese president said the other day should be concerning for the whole world when he said we aren't ready just for an economic war, any type of war. That's concerning, to say the least.
Are you concerned? Last question. Do you think the president was watching?
Are you concerned that suspending the surcharge that you've put on electricity will be considered a win by Trump?
No, I wouldn't call it a win whatsoever, because we still have it in our toolkit that we can use at any given time. Again, I mentioned to the governors, I apologize we have to go to this extent. But remember, folks, we never started this war. President Trump started this economic war against Canada. It was unprovoked. I truly believed that we'd move forward and it would grow both economies, would create more jobs, more economic prosperity. Well, this has gone the other way. The economy, right now, I'm concerned about it. And if a recession does happen, it's a self-made recession by one person and one person only. So I just want to move forward. I'm asking for the people of Ontario and Canada's support. I want to thank them for the thousands of messages I'm getting, even people that disagree with me. As some people say, I disagree with you 99%, but you're doing a great job. Keep going. I need everyone's support as Team Canada as we move forward, because these negotiations are going to be the toughest we've ever had.
Thank you.
Yes.
No deal. What changed?
I apologize.
You said zero tariffs before, well, there was no deal. This is a pause.
It's called.
What's changed?
Well, it's called an olive branch. When you're negotiating with someone, they call you and they hand over an olive branch. The worst thing I think I could do as Premier of Ontario is ignore them and hang up the phone on them. I don't operate that way. I believe when someone's putting out an olive branch, we sit back, we accept it graciously, by the way, thank them for that opportunity, and let's start moving. Because if we don't, just imagine, all of you folks have seen how President Trump has changed things on a daily basis. I don't want to wait till April the 2nd. God only knows what would happen from now till April the 2nd. We need to get to the table as quickly as possible.
Thank you. That was the last question.
Well, Mr. Carney, he's making the transition. Make no mistake about it. This is led by the Prime Minister-elect Carney, and along with Minister LeBlanc. They'll be leading the charge there. But Ontario plays a massive role, no matter if it's the auto sector, the tech sector, the agricultural sector, the manufacturing sector. We'd be the third largest trading partner in the world to the United States if we were a standalone country. By the way, I'd never recommend that in a million years, but if we were a standalone country, we'd be the third largest trading partner. We're a very, very important trading partner to the United States, and many CEOs. I had an opportunity to speak to a group of CEOs at Yale today on conference call. I think the Americans understand we are not their enemies. We love the Americans. It's one person that we need to deal with.
Thank you. That was the last question.
I'm sorry.
Tell us about how the call went today. As you said, this electricity surcharge really seems to have got there. How did it go?
It was very constructive. I've talked to Secretary Lutnick before, and make no mistake about it. He's a very, very smart businessman, a shrewd negotiator, and you know, like him or not, don't underestimate President Trump. He's a smart business person, but in saying that, we have very smart business people here in Canada and in Ontario as well. It's in our both best interest to sit down and negotiate. That's you know, take one of President Trump's titles of his books. That's the art of the deal. Let's sit down and negotiate. We'll negotiate hard. They know we aren't fooling around. We're going to negotiate hard, but we want a fair deal. We want a fair and free trade deal with our closest friends and allies. I'll take one more, then I got to get going.
Where are you meeting Mark Carney tomorrow? Where are you meeting on?
Oh, why do you ask me that? I can't. Well,
Are you taking him for breakfast at Purpose?
I can't answer. I can't answer that. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I can't. I'm sure you'll find out. I know you will. Oh, I'm not saying.
All right, so that was Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario. So let me read you the announcement that he has posted and he's going to meet with the Commerce Secretary of the U.S., Howard Lutnick, and he said that since they are meeting on Thursday to discuss things, he will suspend the electricity charges on electricity coming into the U.S. from Canada that he had announced yesterday. So you can see here, Doug Ford says, I'll put it on the screen right for you right here. Please see a joint statement from U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick and myself. Today, U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick and the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, had a productive conversation about the economic relationship between the U.S. and Canada. Secretary Lutnick agreed to officially meet with Premier Ford in Washington on Thursday, March 13th, alongside the U.S. Trade Representative to discuss a renewed USMCA. That's the current free trade agreement among U.S., Mexico, and Canada that was signed in 2020 under the previous Trump administration. They will meet to discuss a renewed USMCA ahead of the April 2nd Trump reciprocal tariff deadline. In response to this meeting being scheduled, Ontario agreed to suspend its 25% surcharge on exports of electricity to Michigan, New York, and Minnesota. No word yet from President Trump on whether he is going to suspend the increase in tariffs on Canada that he had announced earlier today in response to Ontario saying they were going to have these electricity surcharges. So we'll see if we hear from President Trump later about this. But that is the new statement from Doug Ford. And he was, when he spoke, he was saying he wanted to bring down the temperature and was hoping for an agreement. It was much less confrontational in tone than yesterday, his remarks yesterday. Let's see here. Remember that, hold on a second here. Remember that, hold on, I have to get rid of this thing. Remember that earlier today, President Trump said he was putting an additional 25% tariff on all steel and aluminum coming into the U.S. from Canada in response to the Ontario electricity surcharges. So now that Ontario is pausing their electricity surcharges, will President Trump pause the additional 25% tariff on steel and aluminum coming in from Canada? Wow, there's so much going on. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, just give me a second here. Just getting organized here. We might have President Trump speaking shortly, possibly. Thanks for your patience. Just taking a second here. Okay. Lots going on. Lots going on. Also, I've seen some reports from B&O News and Jeff Mason that there are Tesla cars at the U.S. because President Trump said he was going to buy a Tesla car. So there might be some sort of appearance with Trump and the Tesla cars. I'm keeping an eye out for that. Let me show you something about that. I don't see it yet. Oh, yes, I have that. Hold on a second. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I think we're going to have, yes, Trump and Elon Musk speak next to a Tesla at the White House. Hang on a moment. It's coming up. I got to put it on the screen for you. Give me a second. One moment here. Thanks for your patience. I'm getting it on the screen. Okay, I have it. I have it here. I have it here. It has not started yet. So remember, the stock of Tesla has dropped over 50% since a couple months ago, in the last couple months. It had gone up to roughly 480 after President Trump was elected. And now it is currently, right now, this second, it is at $233. It's up 5% today. It's at $233 right now. So last night, was it last night? President Trump posted about Tesla when? Was it last night? I'll have to pull it up here. On True Social. Trying to find it. Wasn't it True Social? Can't even find it now. There's a lot of retruths on his True Social account. Here, right here, I have it here. Again, in moments, we're going to have President Trump and Elon Musk speaking next to a Tesla vehicle at the White House. Remember, Trump owns... Elon Musk is the head of this, is the CEO of Tesla. And he also owns a lot of it. Owns a lot of their stock, I believe. I saw one quote online. I saw a couple of reports online says he owns about 12% of the company. And he is the CEO there. Okay, hang on here. We're going to bring you at any moment Elon Musk and President Trump speaking at the White House next to a Tesla vehicle. So last night, Here is what President Trump said overnight. Posted it at 12:14 a.m. He said, to Republicans, conservatives, and all great Americans, Elon Musk is putting it on the line in order to help our nation, and he is doing a fantastic job. But the radical left lunatics, as they often do, are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla, one of the world's great automakers, and Elon's baby, in order to attack and do harm to Elon and everything he stands for. Now, I'm not sure what's illegal about private consumers agreeing to not buy a product that they don't support, but I don't know. Maybe President Trump will say something about that today. But let me just keep reading here. He says they tried to do it to me at the 2024 presidential ballot box, but how did that work out? In any event, I'm going to buy a brand new Tesla tomorrow morning as a show of confidence and support for Elon Musk, a truly great American. Why should he be punished for putting his tremendous skills to work in order to help make America great again? So, some people are saying he's talking about a tax on the dealerships. Well, I mean, that's not what he says. Some people are saying, well, Trump's really talking about the attacks on the dealerships, that there's been a few of those. Well, I mean, he doesn't really say that. He literally says the radical left lunatics, as they often do, are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla. He says boycott. I mean, obviously, it's illegal to vandalize Teslas or vandalize dealerships, but that doesn't seem to be what President Trump is talking about here. Anyways, we're going to hear from Trump himself shortly, and Elon Musk, apparently. All right, so I am waiting to get that video for you. Oh no, so what's going to happen is, I think what we're going to have is, looks like according to AFP, they're going to do some appearance and then post the video after. I think. I don't know if the White House is going to be live for it. I think it might be one of these things where they post the video after. Oh, sorry. So let me fix our headline now with the new story. Coming up, President, I'll say because I'm not going to be able to fit it on the headline. Trump and Elon Musk speak next to Tesla car. Or Tesla vehicle, I mean, could be the Cybertruck. Snippy Norsk says Tesla's sales in Norway were, down 48% in February. I don't think it's going to be any better this month. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. Certainly in a number of other countries, a number of other countries have seen big drops recently in Tesla sales. Okay, I can show you a quick clip right now, but we're going to have more. So Margot Martin, who is with the White House, just posted this clip. This is happening now, and after we're supposed to get the video of it. So Margot Martin, who's with the White House, just posted this, guys. It says, President Trump and Elon Musk hop in a Tesla.
I'll watch Secret Service go crazy. Thank you.
I mean, if you actually drove it around, it would really be wild.
Wow. That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful. Wow. a sec. What secret?
And again, that's just a clip. We're supposed to get the full video shortly. So as soon as I have the video, I will show it to you. But that's the way they're doing it, is I think they're doing the appearance in front of the White House, and then they're going to post the video. So as soon as I have the video, I'm going to show it to you. I just don't have it yet. I don't believe it's run yet. All right. So I'm keeping my eyes peeled. Let me just put this up here. Hold on. Yep, it's all ready. I have it all ready to show you. By the way, a quick thanks to Lukiva Avatane. Thank you so much for your support, Lukiva. Also, Some New Guy and Bebop and Rocksteady, thank you for your support, Bebop and Rocksteady. And PZ Papa Zulu and Flexburger. Flexburger thinks Ontario suspending their electricity surcharge is the Donald Trump effect. Thank you to PZ Papa Zulu again. Also, Mr. Hammond. Thanks for your support, Mr. Hammond. And Ron Dykeman, our member. And Guillaume M., our member. And hang on a moment. Here. Thanks for your support on Twitch, Oxytropis, and Clearly Crystal Clear. By the way, stock market update. Stock market update. I think it's been going up a bit in recent minutes. Let's see. Well, right now, NASDAQ is up 0.5%. It had been down earlier in the day. So NASDAQ is up 0.5%, about 43 minutes left in the trading day. The S&P 500 is still down for the day, but just 0.2%. So it has made some gains since earlier in the day. And the Dow Jones is down 0.70%, but it has made some gains since earlier in the day. And just to update you here, Bitcoin is up about 5% today to roughly 83,000. And Tesla stock is up about 5% today to 232.56. Okay, so any moment now, we're going to get this video in of this appearance with President Trump, Elon Musk, and a Tesla vehicle at the White House. So I'm keeping my eyes peeled for this. It's going on. And I think when it's over, they will post the video. I can show you that video clip again. Oh, update. I have an by the way, I have an update for you. Updated report. Sarah Cook with CBS News reports that Department of Education staff received a notice telling them to leave the building by 6 p.m. today, and that all Department of Education offices in D.C., as well as regional offices, will be closed tomorrow. No reason was given for the closures. President Trump has threatened to attempt to eliminate the Department of Education. Although there's a question of whether he actually could legally do that, or would Congress need to do it, I believe. I mean, I'm looking at a BBC article that says abolishing the department entirely would require an act of Congress. So I don't know what's happening with that, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Sorry, I am just checking something here. See if I can find any updates. On that story. But that, I just saw that report right now. Again, that report is from CBS News' Sarah Cook, and she says Department of Education staff received a notice telling them to leave the building by 6 p.m. today, and that all Department of Education offices in D.C. as well as regional offices will be closed tomorrow, and no reason was given for the closures. CBS News also says that Education Department staff were told to bring their laptops home when leaving the office today. Now, according to the message also said the offices will reopen on Thursday. So I don't really know what's going on. Oh, CBS says the email said that offices will be closed for security reasons. That's CBS's note is CBS is reporting that the email to Department of Education staff today telling them to leave the building by 6 p.m., not get out immediately, leave by 6 p.m., and saying all offices are going to be closed tomorrow. The email said the offices will be closed for security reasons. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. We'll have this video shortly for you. We're supposed to. Of President Trump and Elon Musk at the White House with a Tesla. So I don't really understand that. So what's going on at the Department of Education exactly? I'm not sure. A lot going on. Oh, Josh Wingrove. So the Tesla event, the reason we don't have the video yet of the Tesla event is it's still going on. So what's happening is President Trump is doing an appearance with Elon Musk and Tesla cars right now at the White House. It's still going on because Josh Wingrove, who is with Bloomberg, just posted that Trump and Musk are looking at several Tesla models with press gathered. So as soon as the event's over, we'll get the video. But the way they're doing this event is there's a video being recorded during it, and then they'll show the video after. So that's why I don't have the video yet, because it's not a live video. It's like they do it when one of the foreign leaders comes to the White House and they sit in the Oval Office and they talk with Trump. And then right after they talk, we see the video of it. That's what's going to happen with this appearance. So as soon as I have it, I will show it to you. Why did they not go live? I don't know why they do some live events live from the White House and some not. I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't know if they'll edit it. Some of our viewers are saying edited. I mean, usually they just post it. Usually it's not edited. Because I know a lot of times it's not edited. I don't know if they do edit it sometimes, but usually what happens is they're not even taking the video themselves and posting it. It's like a news agency posting it. And the news agency just takes this raw video and they just post it. That's what happens with those like the appearances with the foreign leaders in the Oval Office. I've showed them. And it's just a camera, and they'll literally show the whole meeting and show the camera go out of the meeting. There's no cuts on it. Okay. Hey, thanks to Bebop and Rocksteady, who says send the education back to the States. Also, Bebop and Rocksteady thinks the economy will be fine and the 6-month Dow has basically been flat. That's what Bebop and Rocksteady says. Hang on a moment here. So as soon as I have that, I will show it to you, that video. And so we'll talk more about that. Let me just check and make sure I'm not missing any other updates here. Also, I'm seeing some comments about what Trump... Some reporters are reporting what Trump is saying during this appearance. Sounds like he's talking about other topics during this Tesla appearance, which we'll show you shortly. So, here is hold on. I might have something here. No, they haven't posted it here. Josh Wingrove, who's a reporter who's there with Bloomberg, he says that President Trump asked if the market sell-off worries him, says, nope, doesn't concern me. He says, I think we're going to have an economy that's a real economy, not a fake economy. Anyways, so I think we'll probably see that when we get the video. Oh, by the way, I missed this before. Thanks to Lucas Blocks for letting me know. Margot Martin, I showed you one of the videos. She's with the White House. She's posted a couple videos from Trump and Elon Musk at the White House with these Teslas. Here's another one she posted. We'll get the full video shortly. So she says, President Trump is purchasing a new car today.
President Trump, are you looking to buy or lease today?
Well, I'm going to buy. And I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets. And number two, because this man has devoted his energy and his life to doing this. And I think he's been treated very unfairly by a very small group of people. And I just want people to know that you can't be penalized for being a patriot. And he's a great patriot. And he's also done an incredible job with Tesla. And I mean, nobody else has a car company started up in the last 30 years that's been successful. I don't think so. And not only successful, but super successful. And because he's able to find billions and billions and billions of dollars of fraud and waste and all of the things, I mean, our country is going to be very strong very soon because of a lot of the things that he's done and a lot of the things that I'm doing. And there's no better team, but there's no...
President Trump, are you looking to buy or lease today?
Well, I'm going to buy.
Again, that's the clip posted by Margot Martin. I'm expecting to have the whole video for you shortly, the whole appearance, where he talks about some other things as well. Oregon Guy, our viewer, points out that the Department of Education was established in 1979 by a U.S. federal law that called the Department of Education Organization Act. Oh, there's also supposed to be maybe a U.S. House vote on measure to fund the government. That's happening too. Reuters says the Republican-controlled U.S. House of Representatives as early as Tuesday could vote on a measure to keep the federal government funded past Friday. The measure would also need to be approved in the Senate and signed into law by President Trump to avert a partial shutdown beginning on Saturday. So that's going on. Keep an eye out about that. So I'm trying to look at some of the comments people have been sending me as well. Thanks to SK, I just saw SK had messaged me about that Department of Education story as well. Just Data, our viewer, says of the announcement by the U.S. and Ukraine today that Russia has the ball, Russia has not agreed. Yeah, as we pointed out, the Ukraine said they were open to a 30-day ceasefire today. I don't know the specifics on that, but that Russia has not agreed to any proposal on that yet. Let me just quickly, I can show you that statement from earlier. While we wait to have the comments from, soon we're going to show President Trump speaking. And he comments about other things as well. We have to wait till that video gets posted. So we're going to show you that. All right, here is the statement. Let me just show you this in case you haven't seen it. The statement from the U.S. and Ukraine. Joint statement on the U.S.-Ukraine meeting in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Today in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, under the gracious hospitality of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the U.S. and Ukraine took important steps toward restoring durable peace for Ukraine. Representatives of both nations praised the bravery of the Ukrainian people in defense of their nation and agreed that now is the time to begin a process toward lasting peace. The Ukrainian delegation reiterated the Ukrainian people's strong gratitude to President Trump, the U.S. Congress, and the people of the U.S. for making possible meaningful progress toward peace. Ukraine expressed readiness to accept the U.S. So Ukraine expressed readiness to accept the U.S. proposal to enact an immediate interim 30-day ceasefire, which can be extended by mutual agreement of the parties, and which is subject to acceptance and concurrent implementation by the Russian Federation. Is Russia going to agree to a 30-day ceasefire? The U.S. will communicate to Russia that Russian reciprocity is the key to achieving peace. The U.S. will immediately lift the pause on intelligence sharing and resume security assistance to Ukraine. So that's another big thing. The U.S. is immediately lifting its pause on intelligence sharing, and it's going to resume military assistance to Ukraine. That's a big headline. The delegations also discussed the importance of humanitarian relief efforts as part of the peace process, particularly during the above-mentioned ceasefire, including the exchange of prisoners of war, the release of civilian detainees, and the return of forcibly transferred Ukrainian children. Is Russia going to agree to any of this stuff? I don't know. Both delegations agreed to name their negotiating teams and immediately begin negotiations toward an enduring peace that provides for Ukraine's long-term security. The United States committed to discussing these specific proposals with representatives from Russia. The Ukrainian delegation reiterated that European partners shall be involved in the peace process. Lastly, both countries' presidents agreed to conclude as soon as possible a comprehensive agreement for developing Ukraine's critical mineral resources to expand Ukraine's economy and guarantee Ukraine's long-term prosperity and security. Okay, I'm going to do a quick poll question while we wait for the Trump-Elon Musk appearance video. Will there be a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine? Yes or no? I'm posting this right now. I just posted it on YouTube. I'm about to post it on Twitch. Excuse me. And I'm going to post it on Facebook. Oopsie. Did it not work on Facebook? Hold on, it didn't work. Then I'll show you what people are saying. Okay. Facebook, the polling. Oh, here it is. Now it's working. All right. So I asked you guys, will there actually be a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine? Will that actually happen? So, our YouTube viewers say 65% say no, 35% say yes. And let's see here. Over on Facebook, 80% say no and 20% say yes. And on Twitch, oopsie, on Twitch, we have 78% say no, and 21% say yes. So generally speaking, our audience is fairly pessimistic, the ones who voted, about whether there will be a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine. Arthur Big says, hard to trust Putin. Dr. Goldstein thinks Russia will think, why give Zelensky an advantage now? Oh, hold on a second. We're about to have the video come. Thanks for voting in the poll. Video coming from Trump and Elon Musk. Hang on a moment. About to show the video. Wait. Look, it's about to happen. We're about to watch it. This is moments ago. It'll start playing in a second. Moments ago, the White House. It'll start playing. Just give it a moment here. Thanks for voting in our poll. This comes after last night, President Trump said on Truth Social that he thought radical left lunatics were trying to boycott Tesla and he wanted to support Elon Musk. So he said he's going to buy a Tesla today. So it'll take a couple seconds, but eventually this will just start playing and we'll hear it and see it. We unmuted here? Okay. Anara, too, thinks he's going to tank Tesla sales overseas. I don't know whether this kind of appearance helps Tesla sales, hurts Tesla sales, or has no effect on Tesla sales. That's a whole other question. That I can't tell you. But we just did a poll. I'm not putting up another poll right this second because we just did one. And I know the video is paused. That's just what happens. The way these videos get posted is they initially appear, and then eventually it'll just play. So we just have to wait for it to play. Well, coming up. Thanks so much to all of our moderators. Here we go. Here we go. Thanks, moderators.
Looks good. Take number 2. That's beautiful.
Hello, everyone.
Beautiful. Anybody know who he is?
Hello.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, President Trump. Are you looking to buy or lease today?
Well, I'm going to buy, and I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets, and number two, because this man has devoted his energy and his life to doing this, and I think he's been treated very unfairly by a very small group of people. And I just want people to know that you can't be penalized for being a patriot, and he's a great patriot. And he's also done an incredible job with Tesla, and I mean, nobody else has a car company started up in the last 30 years that's been successful. I don't think so. And not only successful, but super successful. And because he's able to find billions and billions and billions of dollars of fraud and waste and all of the things, I mean, our country is going to be very strong very soon because of a lot of the things that he's done and a lot of the things that I'm doing. And there's no better team, but there's no better for what we're doing. There's nobody like this, and he shouldn't be penalized. And when I watched the other day, I said, I can't believe it. It should be the opposite. People should be going wild, and they love the product, but because he's finding all sorts of terrible things that have taken place against our country, they want to penalize him in a economic sense, and I just think that's very unfair. So I just wanted to make a statement. I'm going to buy one. Now, here's the bad news. I'm not allowed to drive because I haven't driven a car in a long time, and I love to drive cars. But I'm going to have it at the White House, and I'm going to let my staff use it. I'm going to let people at the place use it, and they all are all excited about that. I'm not allowed to use it. Can you believe it? One of my great things in life is that I can, I like to drive cars, but I'm not allowed to. And I will say this one, the Cybertruck, I bought for a very special young woman. Do you know? I'm sure you've never heard of her, Kai. And she's a great golfer, and she puts the clubs in the back, and I guess it's a very safe deal. She loves it. And I actually bought one about a year ago, and she loves it. And it's very safe, it's very strong, heavy. It's all steel, stainless steel. But the cars themselves, so what is this one, Elon?
That's the Model Y.
That's a Model Y, so I have a lot of information, including the price.
Yeah.
I want to make a good deal here. I do notice this. They have one, which is $35,000, which is pretty low. What is that all about?
Yeah, it's. I guess we want to make the point that Teslas aren't all expensive. You can get a Tesla for as little as $35,000.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank the president for his support. This means a lot. And also thank everyone out there who is supporting Tesla. It's really terrible that there's so much violence being perpetrated against people at Tesla, Tesla supporters, Tesla owners, Tesla stores. These are innocent people who've done nothing wrong.
But nobody's been, it hasn't been, there's been some physical damage, a little damage, and we want to keep it that way because I don't want to say this, it's just not the appropriate, but law enforcement's out there watching everybody. We don't want this to happen. And not to somebody that's been so good to our country. He didn't have to do this. He didn't have to go through this. And we can't let it happen. And aside from that, I happen to love the product. It's a lot nicer if you also happen to love the product. And he's done a really good job. Go ahead, Peter.
Is there, I guess this is for Elon Musk, is there a discount? President Trump wrote the art of the deal. Is there any kind of room for negotiating here?
Let me answer that. I know he'd give me a discount, but honestly, I don't want to ask for one. You know, I'm president, so I want to pay full price.
And what is your message, President Trump? Buying a new car while there are some folks who will see this clip at home and they are struggling with their retirement accounts down at the moment, uncertainty about work ahead.
Well, I think they're going to do great. I think our country had to do this. We had to go and do this. They've taken away, other countries have taken away our business. They've taken away our jobs. I did it initially very strongly against, as you know, China and some others in the first term. And it was a very successful term. We had no inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And then we had COVID, which we had to straighten out, so I didn't want to be doing anything with respect to other countries at that time. And we did a great job with it. We handed the stock market over. It was higher than it ever was. And think of that, higher than it ever was to that point before. And nobody thought that was even possible. We did a great job. But we had the greatest economy in history. This economy, in my opinion, is going to blow it away. But what I have to do is I have to get the workers back. I have to get the factories open. We have 90,000 factories and plants are closed from what you had just prior to NAFTA, which is not very long ago. 90,000, think of it, 90,000 factories and plants are closed from what it was, and it's just not right. So, and we gave it away. Presidents before me gave it away, and I could name every one of them, but they gave it away, and we're taking it back. We're taking our jobs back. And one of the things I'll say, by the way, speaking of Tesla, he manufactures more cars. I mean, he opened this incredible plant, one of the largest plants in the world, in Texas. Could you talk about that, Elon?
Yeah, it's worth noting that the Tesla cars have the most U.S. content of any cars on the market, so they're the most American-made. We have the biggest factory and the most advanced automotive factory in Texas that we've opened and continue to expand. And so this is very much these are great products. A Model S is one best car ever. So all these cars have won incredible awards. So they're great cars and they're American made. And I think try it. You'll like it.
And I'm just saying, beyond the cars, they're great. But we have to celebrate somebody that has the courage to do this. He could have said, "I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to get involved. Let the country go to hell." He didn't want to do that. And remember, he's going to find, and we're up to almost $500 billion worth of waste and fraud and abuse. $500 billion. We're giving $2 billion here, $2 billion there, not millions. It was a bet. If it was $1 million or $2 million, that's a lot of money. But we're talking about billions of dollars being given to defunct, scams, given to people with nothing. They have nothing going. They open up a subchapter S corporation, and they put $2 billion into it from nowhere. And we've caught a lot of them. I wish we could catch all of them, but we've caught a lot of them. And he's been largely responsible. So we have to celebrate him. And it's not that he's conservative. I don't even know if he's conservative. I will tell you this.
These days
I've been doing this I've known him for a pretty long time. He endorsed me. I didn't know him that well when he endorsed me. But in the time I've known him, he has never asked me for a favor. He didn't ask me for this. I said, Elon, I don't like what's happening to you. And Tesla's a great company. I don't like what's happening. It's, from our standpoint, American cars, American made. He employs thousands of people. He's got, at the same time, he has the most modern plants in the world. I said, I don't like what's happened to you. I'm going to do it. I didn't even know he was going to come. He's never asked me for anything. He endorsed me, and he never asked me. I didn't even know he was going to endorse me. The guy has never asked me. He's not saying, in fact, I could go a step further. I ended the electric mandate. Okay? I ended the electric mandate, and I figured when's this guy calling to raise hell
Yeah.
with me? And he never called. I mean, he never called me. If I were him, I would have called.
So on that,
Because he's probably even better than I am.
Mr. President, is Elon Musk rubbing off on you? Is electric then the way to go?
It's not that I'm not. This isn't for electric or gas because people have their choices.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I know people that have these cars. I know one man. We see him all the time.
Yeah.
He's constantly. He has 5 of them.
Yeah.
He thinks it's and he was a big guy for Ferraris and other things. And he says, "Man, it blows him away." I know other people. They have 3, 4. They love them. They love them. And some people like the gas, and they should have their options.
Right.
I'm all about options. But I'm telling you, I ended the electric mandate, and I was waiting for a call. I said, "Did Elon call yet?" They said, "No, sir." The next day, "What about Elon? Did he call?" He never even mentioned it to me, never complained. Until this moment, I'm just bringing it up. Who would do that?
Yeah.
He has never asked me for a thing. And he's built this great company, and he shouldn't be penalized because he's a patriot. He's an incredible patriot. And I don't even know if he's a Republican. I really don't.
Yes, sir. Yes, definitely.
Stock market dropped today.
Well, I'm not sure if it was. Well, you're going to have
stock is also
drops, and markets are going to go up and they're going to go down.
Yeah.
But you know what? We have to rebuild our country. Our country has been stripped of its jobs, of its factories, and I'm tired of seeing where they build apartments, cheap apartments in an old broken down factory. But you have factories all over the place that are empty from many decades ago, and we're going to change it around. And it's all taxing policy. You know, it's really a policy because we have great workers, great people. It's really a policy of taxing and incentives. And I'm bringing the incentives back. And I'll tell you what, numerous plants, and I don't want to mention specifically, but I'll mention this one, numerous plants in Mexico and other places that were under construction or soon to be under construction are now coming here, and they've dropped that because it was unfair what was happening. Mexico, they were building cars, they were selling them into the United States with no tax, no nothing, and in the United States we were allowing them to take our jobs and take our factories, and we don't do that anymore. Now, from a president, it would be a lot easier if I just coasted for another 4 years. I would have been an 8-year president. I had the best economy in history in my first 4 years. I would have done very well with this one. And I had a decision to make. Do I want to do this or do I not? Do I want to do it right? The right thing to do is what we're doing. We're going to get our jobs back, and we're not going to be laughed at. Now, I will say this, that already Canada, and I respect very much, as you know, there's a very strong man in Canada who said he was going to charge a surcharge or a tariff on electricity coming into our country. He has called and he said he's not going to do that. Okay, he's not going to do that. And it would have been a very bad thing if he did. And he's not going to do that, so I respect that. But we were just informed that he's not going to do that. Look, we've been treated very unfairly by Canada. We've been treated very unfairly by Mexico. But we've been treated very unfairly by every country all over the world. The European Union is horrible, horrible. And we're going to get it back. And I have a choice. I could just coast, and eventually there'd be a blow-up down the road, maybe a long way. But we owe $36 trillion, and we're going to get it back. We're the biggest, we're the best, and I'm very optimistic. I have to tell you, I'm very optimistic about the country. Much more optimistic this way than if I did it the easy way. Yeah. I could have done it the easy way. I could have coasted. Biden left us a mess. He left us tremendous inflation, tremendously high costs of products. He left us a mess, but he also left us a mess with millions of people that poured into our country that are criminals. Millions of those people happen to be criminals. And we're looking for them all over the place. We're looking for them. And Homan and Christie are doing an incredible job. But he left us a horrible situation, and we're changing it. But one of the things we're changing is we're going to make our country really wealthy again. We're going to bring our jobs back. Right now, we're like a chicken that's being plucked at from all over the world. We're not going to let that happen anymore. But very importantly, and I said it, Ukraine, ceasefire. Ukraine, ceasefire. Just agreed to a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia, and hopefully President Putin will agree to that also, and we can get this show on the road. We can get this horrible war where 2,000-3,000 soldiers a week, every week, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 sometimes. I get the reports. And they're not American soldiers. They're Ukrainian and they're Russian. But people are being killed outside of that. People are being killed in the cities as things explode throughout the cities. And we want to get that war over with. So I think it's a very big. I think it's a big difference between the last visit you saw at the Oval Office and this. So that's a total ceasefire. Ukraine has agreed to it, and hopefully Russia will agree to it. We're going to meet with them later on today and tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to wipe out a deal. But I think the ceasefire is very important. If we can get Russia to do it, that'll be great. If we can't, we just keep going on and people are going to get killed, lots of people.
Is Zelensky invited back to the White House?
Sure, absolutely.
Mr. President, you mentioned the ups and downs in the stock market. You said it'll go up, it'll go down. But do you and your tariff policies right now bear any responsibility for the turmoil we're seeing this week?
Biden gave us a horrible economy. He gave us horrible inflation. And I think the market was going to go very, very bad. If anything, I have a lot of very smart people, friends of mine and great businessmen. They're now investing because of what I'm doing. Because long term, what I'm doing is making our country strong again. Financially strong, militarily strong, and strong if we want to get away. Remember this, we have wars. When I left, we had no wars. We didn't have Ukraine and Russia. We didn't have October 7th. We didn't have that disaster that took place with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And you look at what's happened there. We caught the major terrorists, which Biden wouldn't have caught. Why didn't he catch him? I caught him. 5 weeks into the presidency, I caught the man responsible for Abigate. And he's going to pay hell right now. He's a bad dude. He's a bad guy. But we didn't have these problems. I had no inflation. I had a great economy. He gave you high prices. You couldn't buy bacon. You couldn't buy anything. And also, I inherited a situation with eggs. The price of eggs was through the roof. Well, now the price of eggs has come down a lot. Interest rates have come down. Gasoline prices have come down. It's all coming down. It's all a beautiful thing. I can do it the right way, the wrong way. We're doing it the right way. And I have tremendous confidence in this country and the people of this country. Tremendous confidence. Much more so than if I sat back for 4 years and had a good time in the Oval Office. I want to look at cars.
Mr. President, I have an announcement to make that I think will be helpful. I want to say, as a function of the great policies of President Trump and his administration, and as an act of faith in America, Tesla is going to double vehicle output in the United States within the next 2 years.
That's
double.
a big deal. That's good. Thank you. And by the way, he makes one car. This one I don't understand. This one I don't want, but that's okay. Without a steering wheel. It comes out next year, right?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
Yes. Well, the Cybercab starts production in Texas next year, and it's self-driving. We have so much confidence in the self-driving nature of it that it'll actually not have a steering wheel. It will not have pedals. It'll either self-drive or not drive at all. But it'll self-drive.
President Trump,
and I'm going to pass on that particular.
Before this event today, when's the last time you bought a new car?
Well, I buy a lot through my children because they run the company now. I used to buy a lot. I haven't bought a new car in a long time.
What was your first car?
The only thing I know is the Beast. I got a big car with very thick windows and thick side panels.
Is that going electric? Is the Beast going electric?
We buy a lot of cars. Actually, I bought this one for Kai.
Do you remember your first car?
The Ontario Premier calling you and giving you his decision about the electricity surcharge, and you said you were pleased about that. Will you make a different decision now about the tariffs on Canada? Will you reduce it?
At that, but probably so. Yeah, he was a gentleman. He was a gentleman. Look, I said it before. We give Canada $200 billion a year. We subsidize Canada between all of the things we give them and trade. We give them. We don't have to have cars made in Canada. We don't have to have lumber from Canada. We have tremendous lumber. We have tremendous trees. All I have to do is unfreeze them from some of the restrictions that we're put on. I can do that with an executive order. We don't need energy. We have more energy than anybody else in the world. So we spend $200 billion a year subsidizing Canada. We don't have to do that. And frankly, the way that gets solved is Canada should honestly become our 51st state. We wouldn't have a northern border problem. We wouldn't have a tariff problem. They don't have much. They spend very little, as you know, the least of almost anybody on military. And we spend the most of anybody on military. We have a great military. I rebuilt the military during my first term. We're going to have to rebuild it a little bit again. Not that much, but we're going to have to rebuild it a little bit again. But Canada would be great as our cherished 51st state. You wouldn't have to worry about borders. You wouldn't have to worry about anything. And by the way, Canada is very highly taxed, and we're very low tax. We're considered a low tax nation because of me, because I cut the taxes so low. So the people of Canada would pay much less tax. It makes a lot of sense. And by the way, when you take away that artificial line that looks like it was done with a ruler, and that's what it was. Some guy sat there years ago and they said, "Rah." Well, when you take away that and you look at that beautiful formation of Canada and the United States, there is no place anywhere in the world that looks like that. It's
Greenland.
Plus States on Greenland. And then if you add Greenland, that's even. That's pretty good.
It's going to look beautiful.
Okay? I'm going to look at this. I'm going to make a decision. Do you want to hear what my decision?
Let's see it.
Okay. What's your best of these cars? What do you think?
Well, the car that I drive is the Model S Plaid.
Which is that one?
That red one in the middle.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's 0 to 60 miles an hour in 2 seconds. So faster than a Ferrari.
That's pretty fast. I don't know if my people can handle it. They're going to be using it more. I'm not allowed to use it.
That's fast.
That's a fast one.
Just to be clear,
That's
for
beautiful.
the 50%, is that going to go into effect on Canada or no?
Which one?
The 50% tariffs?
I'll let you know about it. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll let you. But I appreciated his call. I thought it was nice. This is beautiful. Whoa! Should I get in?
Get in.
Okay. Let me get in this second.
On the Tesla?
Do you want my notes?
Yeah.
They gave me notes. I said, I'm not Biden. I don't need notes.
Yeah. I can take it.
Thank you. And let me get into this sector. I'll watch Secret Service go crazy. Thank you.
I mean, if you actually drove it around, it would really be
that's
well.
beautiful. Wow.
I get into this other side.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, it's just a brake and an accelerator.
I don't want to.
You give Secret Service a lot of time.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Need to start it?
Should I? I'll start the engine.
Yeah. Oh, it's
You're gonna get around the hole?
So, do you want to actually drive it?
You don't want me to drive it, do you? That is
Say hello, everyone.
beautiful. Anybody know who he is?
Hello.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, President Trump. Are you looking to buy or lease today?
Well, I'm going to buy.
I'm muted. Sorry, I was muted. So what happened is, I think what happened is the video just ended, and this is just a replay of the video. There was no more video. It kind of just cut off. So I didn't cut off the video. So that's my guess, because the source, I'm getting it from AFP, and the source just started replaying. So I think we got to the end of the AFP video. And it's just replaying the whole thing. So anyways, we saw him get in the car. And hang on a moment here. Actually, I think there's maybe a little more of it. I don't know why they cut it off at the end. The one I have, Acts 2, was cut off. Let me see, though. I'm not sure. If I can get the rest of it when they replay it, I'll show it to you. But the video I had was cut off right then. So anyways, I'm sorry about that, but I'll keep an eye on it, and if when it gets to that point, there's more of it, I'll let you know. But the video I have the rights to cut off there. Anyways, that was a whole thing where President Trump said he was buying a Tesla to support Elon Musk, and he talked about other things as well. He said he hopes there's a ceasefire, but Russia's got to agree to it. We'll see what Russia says. He was optimistic about the economy. Speaking of which, by the way, the stock market closed for the day. The Dow is down 1.06%. S&P 500 down 0.76%. Actually, I'm seeing some new numbers here. The new numbers I'm seeing are Dow down 1.14%, S&P 500 down 0.76%, NASDAQ slightly down at 0.18%. So another day of stocks generally falling in the U.S., although not as much as yesterday. Okay. Give me a moment here. One of our viewers just asked about the House vote this afternoon. I want to see exactly where that is. I'll change the headline in a second. You can see here from AP, Republicans advance a government funding bill despite Democratic opposition. House Republicans passed a critical test of their unity Tuesday on legislation to avoid a partial government shutdown, teeing up a final vote in the afternoon for a measure that keeps federal agencies funded through September. Republicans need overwhelming support from their members. They had a procedural vote. Republicans needed overwhelming support from their members on the procedural vote, and they got it. Now they'll look to pass the measure and send it to the Senate, where they will likely need support from at least 8 Senate Democrats to get to President Trump's desk. Now, I don't know. I guess they have to do another vote today in the House. Give me a moment here. AZ Intel, who I follow, posted about possibly hostages being held at a bank in France, but the video is daylight. I'll see if I can find something more out about that as well. There's so much to talk about. We've been jumping around today from thing to thing because there's been all these different things to talk about. I haven't really had much time at all to talk about Mahmoud Khalil and also Rodrigo Duterte because other stuff has come up. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Appreciate you being with the coverage today. I'm just trying to check out a couple things here. I'm checking some French news sources. I'm not seeing, let's see. BFM TV reports, they are a French outlet. They say that at least one person is a hostage under threat of a stabbing weapon in Ramilly-sur-Seine in Aubie, France. At least one person is held hostage. All right. In a banking agency, they say. All right. Well, if I hear about that, I'll let you know. I might try to cover tonight the SphereX launch. NASA is launching their new space telescope SphereX on a SpaceX rocket. And that's supposed to be tonight. So we may cover that as well. That's possible. Hang on a moment here. The NASA launch, by the way, is scheduled for 11:10. Let's see. Here, this is about SphereX here. The next attempt is tonight, 11:10 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'm going to try to cover that, if I can, the NASA SphereX launch. All right, so just mentioning that. Okay, by the way, a quick thanks to Mitchell Pilot, who says, my 401k has a 9% cumulative loss so far this year. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Also, Andreas, for your support. Thank you, Chris Canada, Quebec City. Thank you also, Bebop and Rocksteady. Thanks so much for all your support. And Beam Me Up, our member. Dodger Blue, thank you. Kenneth Colton, our member. Thank you very much. Also, thanks to Aloynia for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks to Guy from the 207 for your support on Twitch. Thank you. Also, Shroek3 on Twitch. Thanks for all your support. And Big Dog Gaming. Now, we should talk about Mahmoud Khalil a little bit. It's been so much happening. Breaking news. I have a breaking news report. Shelby Talcott, who is a White House correspondent with Semaphore, reports. Shelby Talcott with Semaphore reports that the reduction in force notices, that would be layoffs, for the Education Department are expected to go out today at 6 p.m. Nearly half of the department is expected to be eliminated. Oops. Again, Shelby Talcott with Semaphore says reduction in force notices for the Education Department are expected to go out today at 6 p.m. Nearly half of the department is expected to be eliminated. Let me just change the headline here. I'm just going to put latest news updates because I'm jumping around so much at the moment. I can adjust it later, but just to have something there. We had told you before that CBS News reported earlier, a little while ago, that emails went out to staff at the Department of Education today saying, leave the building by 6 p.m. and basically all the offices of the department are going to be closed tomorrow. All department offices in Washington, D.C., as well as regional ones, are closed tomorrow. The email claimed that this was for security reasons, and it said they should bring their laptops home. President Trump has talked about wanting to eliminate the education department, which I believe it would take an act of Congress to completely eliminate. But we are now hearing this report from Semaphore that around half of the employees are going to get layoff notices. I think there's about 5,000 people who work there. Yes, 4,400 employees. This is a government, this is a government website here. 4,400 employees, $68 billion budget. It is dedicated to establishing policies on federal financial aid for education and distributing as well as monitoring financial aid for education, collecting data on America's schools and disseminating research, focusing national attention on key educational issues, prohibiting discrimination, and ensuring equal access to education. I'm going to see if I can find anything more about that. So maybe there'll be some big announcement by Trump tomorrow about the Department of Education. Checking a couple things. So much happening today. You can reach me at @Lookner on X. And hey, a quick thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate it. Janet B., Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical. Thank you. And over there on Twitch, Bastion Girl, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. On Facebook, thanks so much. Margaret Riley, Kay Larry Body, thanks for moderating. Thanks for subscribing over on X. People like Aaron Van Ness, Sharon Klassen Gosselin, Robert Rial II, and all of our other subscribers there. Kay and Margaret as well. Also, I don't know if I'm going to have access to this. President Trump is supposed to be making another appearance today. Will I have access to that? I don't know that I will. Well, I don't know if the White House is showing it, actually. I don't know if the White House is showing that. President Trump is supposed to appear at a business roundtable meeting. That's supposed to happen fairly soon, but I don't know that the White House, I don't know if the White House is showing it or not. Let's talk about Khalil Mahmoud for a second. You know, in the White House press briefing today, the press secretary seemed to be saying that, so Khalil Mahmoud is this, until December, he was a Columbia University grad student. Apparently he graduated in December. He has been a leader in the Columbia University pro-Palestinian student protests. And he has a green card, so he's a U.S. permanent resident. He was arrested by Immigrations and Customs Enforcement officials, I believe, over the weekend. The Trump administration say they're going to deport him. Now, there's been this question over, did he do anything that legally would allow him to be deported? So today, during the press briefing, the White House press secretary seemed to say that he would be deported because Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, has the power to deport anyone who, she used this language as like, who's a serious national security threat to the country or something. I don't know what the specific language is that they're citing here. So it sounds like maybe that's how they're going to argue that he's legally allowed to be deported. I believe there's going to be a court hearing about this tomorrow. But let me show you something about this. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Mahmoud. My brain has stopped working. It's Mahmoud Khalil. I just remembered. It's not Khalil Mahmoud. It's Mahmoud Khalil. Sorry, my brain has just stopped working. Oh, I have a little video I can show you about it too. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. Oh, there might be, hold on, I'm going to keep an eye on if I have any. There's a chance I'll have a little more of the Trump Elon Musk video, and I'll know in a second. If you give me a moment, I'm just peeking at it. For the moment, though, let's give an update on this. Judge temporarily blocks deportation of arrested Palestinian Columbia student. He's Palestinian, but he also is a legal resident of the U.S., permanent resident. So you can see here, Reuters says a U.S. judge yesterday ordered that the Palestinian Columbia student Mahmoud Khalil could not be deported for now as part of U.S. President Trump's crackdown on some anti-Israel protesters and set a court hearing in the case for Wednesday. That's supposed to happen on Wednesday. Trump publicly denounced Khalil and said more arrests would follow. Khalil has been moved to a federal jail for migrants in Louisiana to await deportation proceedings. Demonstrators in the streets of New York City, the state attorney general, and the American Civil Liberties Union have denounced the arrest by the Department of Homeland Security as an attack on free speech. There were some protests about it today. Khalil, who had held legal permanent resident status and was arrested Saturday, has been a prominent figure in Colombia's pro-Palestine student protests. Trump branded him a radical foreign pro-Hamas student on social media. Oh, hold on. Guys, I'm going to show you some more of Trump. Hold on a second. I think we didn't get to see this before. Give me a moment here. I have more of the Trump video from before. This is the part we didn't get to see. Hang on a moment. This is from earlier. Here it is. We didn't get to see this before.
I'll do that. I'll do it. I'm going to stop them. We catch anybody doing it because they're harming a great American company. You know, I've stuck up for the NFL. I've stuck up for a lot of American companies and other companies, but American companies. I did a very big favor for the NFL. I do favors for all. When you heard an American company, especially a company like this, supplies so many jobs that others are unable to do, when you do that, those people are going to go through a big problem when we catch them. And we have you get a lot of cameras up. We already know who some of them are. We're going to catch them. And they're bad guys. They're the same guys that screw around with our schools and universities, the same garbage. And no, we're going to catch them. And let me tell you, you do it to Tesla and you do it to any company, we're going to catch you and you're going to go through hell.
Mr. President, what do you tell CEOs tonight at the Business Roundtable, especially with the
Well, I have a roundtable to make it a little while. I just consider this much more important because I want to buy one of these. My whole staff is so excited because I told them they're going to safely use them, and they can't believe it. So Margot, wherever you are, Margot, she's going to use it. They're all going to be using it, and they're going to have a good time using it. And if I can, oh, there you are, Margot. Look at Margot's right there. What are you, a member of the press now? I think she's become a member of the press. Takes great pictures. What do you think of it, Margot? Do you like the idea?
I love it.
Okay, good.
We're going to have fun.
They're very happy.
Mr. President, your comments the other day not ruling out a potential recession seemed to rattle the stock markets. The Commerce Secretary said there wouldn't be one.
Boom. Just so you know.
Just specifically on the recession.
Yeah.
Do you think there will be a recession?
I don't see it at all. I think this country is going to boom. But as I said, I can do it the easy way or the hard way. The hard way to do it is exactly what I'm doing, but the results are going to be 20 times greater.
Mr. President, you asked...
And remember, Trump is always right.
And what do you say to Americans?
If you look at what I've said over the last 10 years, Trump has been right all the time. This is the way to do it. We're going to make America great again. You know, to make it great, you have to have jobs, you have to have factories, you have to have... I look at some of the things that, like this last administration, he was the worst president in the history of our country. Nothing was happening. Nothing. He had no idea what was going on. Our country went to hell. And then to allow millions of people to come in that are prisoners and mental institution patients and all of the things, gang members, drug lords, we're searching them all down now, trying to get them out of our country. And we're going to do that. But on the financial end and the economic end, what we're doing is, to me, it's the most exciting. Our country will be greater than ever before, and it won't take too long.
And what's your message to Americans right now, sir, who are worried about the stock market? What's your message to them as they watch it?
Let's go see the Cybertruck. I did buy one of these. So.
This is bulletproof.
I mean, look, in terms of imagination, I think I have a great imagination. Who else but this guy would design this, and everybody on the road is looking at it? It's amazing, actually. As soon as I saw it, I said, that is the coolest design. It's. Do you agree with that, Brian? I mean,
I do.
It's amazing.
It's very cool. Yeah.
You got to give him credit.
We want the future to look like the future, and it's kind of, what kind of truck would Blade Runner drive? That was the design idea.
It's really amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, Elon, are you planning to remain CEO of Tesla while working with President Trump? Is there any thinking on your future at the company as we're talking about Tesla? I'm wondering what your thinking is with leading the company going forward.
Yeah. I'm CEO of Tesla, and
we should.
Yeah.
Any more plans of additional vehicles
thoughts on the
besides
market?
the ones you have now?
Well,
New
we got
models?
the Cybercab coming out next year.
The one with no steering wheel. You're gonna buy one of
No,
those?
sir.
We'll pass. We're too old-fashioned.
Yes,
So, Mr. President, when you look at the market selling off, that didn't concern you, and
Nope,
where do you see it
doesn't
going?
concern me. I think some people are going to make great deals by buying stocks and bonds and all the things they're buying. I think we're going to have an economy that's a real economy, not a fake economy. It was a fake economy. They were putting in all government jobs. You see what happened last month? We had more real jobs, and government jobs are way down. That's going to continue. Those are real jobs. Those are jobs that keep the country going. You can't have all government jobs. You have no income to pay the workers. And a lot of those workers didn't show up to work. That was the other problem.
And President Trump, there's this protest leader from Columbia University that the administration is moving to deport. And he said that his arrest is going to be the first of many. How many?
I think we ought to get them all out of the country. They're troublemakers. They're agitators. They don't love our country. We ought to get them the hell out. I think that guy, we ought to get him. I heard his statements, too. They were plenty bad. And I think we ought to get him the hell out of the country. I watched him. I watched tapes. Specifically, I watched tapes. And you can have them, okay? You can have them. And you can have the rest of them. Let them go to school. Let them learn. Columbia used to be a good school. Now it's been overrun because of bad leadership. That's what happens. Happens to countries, and it happens to universities, and it happens to companies. And I don't want it to happen to a guy that did nothing wrong. He did everything right because he did a great company. But what he did by coming into government to help government from years of abuse, from decades of abuse, and you see that when you look at Social Security, where you have 200-year-old people on the rolls of society. That's just, he uses the word care. People don't care. Everyone knows that. But it's also, I believe it's also large fraud. I think it's that. But I think it's also large fraud. So I'm just telling people, this man is a great patriot, and you should cherish him. You should cherish him. You know, I have a little statement. We have to take care of our high IQ people because we don't have too many of them.
Mr. President,
and we got to take care of them.
And as you guys look at the Social Security Administration and you guys are looking for fraud and waste and abuse, can you guarantee people who are concerned about an interruption to benefits that there will not be?
Yes, we're going to be very careful with any interruption to benefits. In fact, only by tackling the waste and fraud in entitlements like Social Security, Medicare, can we actually preserve those programs for the future. Because with unchecked fraud and waste, we won't be able to afford them. The President's very dedicated to solving the budget deficit, which if we don't solve the budget deficit, we're going to go bankrupt as a country. If we go bankrupt as a country, there's no Social Security, there's no Medicare, there's no nothing. And to sort of echo what the President was saying, what really matters is moving people from jobs that are relatively low productivity in government to high productivity in the private sector, increasing the true output of products and services. That's the real economy. That's what actually enables Americans to have a higher standard of living, and that's what's happening. And that's, I think, you'll see the truth of that in the months to come.
And we're going to make it really much stronger by taking people that don't exist or taking people that shouldn't be there out, by taking illegal aliens that are on Social Security or Medicaid and Medicare. By taking them out, we're making it much stronger. The country will be much stronger, but it's going to really be stronger economically. And when you look at what we're doing, I've been called by so many companies. Yesterday, as you know, I had a meeting with some of the biggest tech companies in the world. And all they're talking about, IBM was there. We had a lot of them. Michael Dell was there. We had a lot of great companies, Hewlett Packard. And all they're talking about is investing in this country. They want to be sure, don't forget, they're looking down the road 10 years and 15 years. They want to make sure we have a strong country. They're all coming in. As you know, Apple, Tim Cook, he said that he's going to invest $500 billion in the United States. He never did that before. He invested in China. He's got his plants in China. And now he's got them, going to be building them in the United States. And if I didn't have victory in that election, he wouldn't be doing it. And if I didn't say what I'm saying, and I'm being very honest, and it's much more difficult than just sitting around and having a great time. It's a very glamorous position if you want to do that. We could have kept it, but eventually bad things would have happened. This way, good things. I'm very optimistic about the country. I think we're going to have the greatest markets we've ever had, and it's going to be really fueled by what we're doing. You had to see these companies yesterday. They're investing billions and trillions. They're investing trillions of dollars here. They wouldn't have invested 10 cents.
Mr. President, will you talk to Vladimir Putin about this ceasefire deal? Do you think you need to have a conversation with him to get the Russians to agree?
I'll talk to Vladimir Putin, yeah.
When will
I want to get, look, that's the other, it takes two to tango, as they say, right? So hopefully he'll also agree, and I really think that would be 75% of the way. The rest is getting it documented and, negotiating land positions, etc.
So you'll talk to him this week about the deal?
So, yeah.
So
and when do you
have a
anticipate meeting him in person?
in place on the Ukrainian side. How close do you think then you are to a total ceasefire with
Well, I hope it'll be over the next few days. I'd like to see. I know we have a big meeting with Russia tomorrow, and some great conversations hopefully will ensue. The people have done a great job. Marco Rubio's been great. Steve Witkoff's been great. Michael Waltz. They're all, every one of them, they've really stepped up. They are into it. They want to see two things. By far, number one is death of people that aren't citizens of our country, but they're people, just like you. They're people, and we want to stop. And we also don't want to give billions and hundreds of billions of dollars away. We're in there for $350 billion. And there was no reason. This war would have never happened if I was president. So it's a very sad thing. Thank you all very much. I love Tesla.
Which one did you buy?
Wait, Mr. President,
Which one did you buy?
Mr. President, which car are you going to buy?
The one I like is that one.
And how does this work?
And I want that same color.
Are you going to put down a credit card? Elon, would you take a personal check from the president?
I do it the old I give checks.
Sure.
I like checks. You know?
I think his credit's good.
Do you still have access?
You know, I like a check better than this modern system of all of a sudden there's money in your account, nobody knows. I like signing a check. You sort of, but we're gonna pay, and I don't want a discount. He would give me a discount. But if I do a discount, they're going to say, "Oh, he got benefits." I don't want any discount.
What about a vanity plate?
Yeah, let's see. Truth.
All right,
there it is.
T-R-U-T-H.
Can he download his playlist?
That one got you by surprise.
Playlist gets downloaded as well. You can thump your music driving around.
You can do it. I just looked at that. I looked at that dashboard. You can do anything.
Mr. President, do you think you buying a Tesla will boost Tesla sales and boost their stock?
It does. Look.
Was that your goal?
I care
by
about
doing
one
this?
thing. When somebody's a great patriot, they shouldn't be hurt. He's a great patriot. He didn't know me from Adam until we met a little bit when I was in my first term, but he came out, he endorsed me very strongly, and I admired that and respected that, and I respected him for years. I respected him. And when there was a chance to help our government, you know, you're not going to use an average person. Some people would say, well, let's use somebody that failed in business for his whole life. You know, this guy has been amazing. And the kind of thinking is it's from a different age. It's really from a different age. When we said, let's cut 2%, he said, let's cut 60%. And he turned out to be right. And a lot of people are just not here. They don't work for us. I mean, they're getting checks and they don't work. And you know, Peter, look, we have so many different stats and so many different figures. And it's so embarrassing to us as a country. No, we're going to have a streamlined country with good people. And one of the reasons, and I called for it wasn't a cabinet meeting, it was just a meeting of some cabinet members and Elon. The one thing, and I think he agrees with me 100%, it's one thing to cut, but we want to cut the wrong people, meaning we want to cut people that aren't doing the job. We want to keep the right people.
Absolutely.
And I said, I don't want to just say we're going to cut 50%. I want to cut the people that aren't doing the job, the people that aren't there, the people that are scamming the system. And he agrees with that 100%.
And are you sure you don't want to take a test drive?
I'd love to do it. Maybe I'll do it some other time.
Do you want Elon to keep working with you throughout your first term? I mean, is there going to be an end date for the two of you working together?
I don't know.
in the next few
I
years?
was thinking about that the other day. I think he'll know when it's time.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't want to stay around.
He has up to 130
although
days,
I think he does like it. There's no place like the White House.
Elon,
Okay, so maybe.
Would you want to stay?
I don't think that. I think he wants to get the job done, get back to his businesses. That's what I think.
I just want to. I'll stay as long as it's useful and productive, and if I can help the country, I'll stay and do so.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks,
Thank
President
you.
Trump.
Thank you, President Trump.
Good-looking guy.
Elon. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
All right,
Well,
so that was the rest of the appearance that we
nice
didn't get to
to see
see
you.
before. It was like ended up being like one of those unplanned press conferences, you know, where he takes a bunch of questions. So we got to see that. And hang on a moment here. By the way, thank you very much to Sherry for your support. Jeremy, our member Jeremy. Janet B. Thanks for your support, Janet, one of our moderators. Thank you. Zavalry, thank you for your support. Zavalry thinks Mahmoud Khalil did nothing wrong and was given no due process. And says the White House said they would use this as a blueprint to do this to other students. I think we're going to talk about that right now. We were about to talk about it when I got access to that video. Thank you, Zavalry. Thanks also, Spooky Dude, our new member. Now, I think that the House is going to have a vote soon, I think, on this resolution to keep the government open for several months. So if that happens while we're on the air, maybe we'll cover that. I mean, the Senate would then have to pass it as well. But so if I see that that's happening while we're on the air, we'll go to it. Thanks also, Hoover Maneuver as well, our member. Olonia, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. So, I did want to mention some of the Mahmoud Khalil update. But I think there might be a House vote coming up soon. Let's see if I can just get you an update on that. Hang on a moment here. Latest breaking news updates. I'll just say latest news updates, just as our temporary placeholder headline on a day when there's been all these different stories. Yes, so the Washington Post says the House plans to vote on a stopgap measure to keep the government funded beyond Friday. There was a procedural vote that passed earlier today. I don't know exactly when that vote is going to be, so I'll keep an eye on it. The Congress needs to pass funding that the government needs to President Trump needs to approve to keep the government open past Friday. Let's take a second and talk about Mahmoud Khalil for a second. Let's do that. I've been trying to get to it. As I mentioned before, Trump temporarily blocks deportation of arrested Palestinian Columbia student who had a green card, legal permanent resident of the U.S. Again, a U.S. judge yesterday ordered that Palestinian Columbia student and green card holder Mahmoud Khalil should not be deported for now as part of U.S. President Trump's crackdown on some anti-Israel protesters, and set a court hearing in the case for Wednesday. Trump publicly denounced Khalil and said more arrests would follow. He has been moved to a federal jail for migrants in Louisiana to await deportation proceedings. Khalil, who had legal permanent resident status and was arrested on Saturday, has been a prominent figure in Colombia's pro-Palestinian student protest movement. Trump branded him a radical foreign pro-Hamas student. Khalil's lawyers urged a judge in New York to order his return to New York. They accused the U.S. government of seeking to deprive Khalil of access to legal counsel by sending him far from New York. Even before Khalil's arrest, students say federal immigration agents have been spotted at student housing around Columbia's Manhattan campus since Thursday, a day before the Trump administration announced it was canceling $400 million in federal grants and contracts awarded to the school because of what it described as anti-Semitic harassment on and near Columbia's New York City campus. The federal agents have been trying to detain at least one other international student, according to Student Workers of Columbia Labor Union. Spokespeople for DHS and ICE declined to answer questions about the union's account. Just some background here from this Reuters article. On Saturday evening, agents from the Department of Homeland Security arrested Khalil in front of his wife, a U.S. citizen who was 8 months pregnant, telling him his student visa had been revoked. According to his lawyer, his wife showed the agents Khalil's green card, which is different from a student visa, and they also threatened to arrest her if she did not leave her lobby. Then they said the green card was also revoked and handcuffed Khalil. Khalil and other activists say that Jewish students are among the their protest organizers and say their criticism of Israel and U.S. government support for Israel is being wrongly conflated with anti-Semitism. And you can see here, just to show you this, what is a green card? What permanent resident status means in Mahmoud Khalil case. There is Mahmoud Khalil right there. This is also from Reuters. They say he is Palestinian, but he has a green card. He told Reuters before his arrest on Saturday he feared he was being targeted for his role in the Columbia pro-Palestinian student protest after President Trump vowed to deport some of the foreign students who had taken part. Khalil said the university basically silenced anyone supporting Palestine on campus, and that Trump is using the protesters as a scapegoat for his wider agenda against higher education and Ivy League institutions in particular. Khalil's attorneys say he has a green card and he's married to an American citizen. What is a green card? A green card, officially a permanent resident card, allows a person to live and work permanently in the United States. They are known as green cards because of their backgrounds, which are mostly green and include the holder's photos. So they're not limited to a certain amount of time. It's permanent residency. People may apply for a green card if they have an immediate family member who's a U.S. citizen, including a spouse. For example, there's other ways to apply. What rights do green card holders have? Green card holders may live in the U.S., but are also obligated like anyone else to obey its laws. They may not commit any actions that would make you removable under immigration law. Again, there's been no allegation by the Trump administration that he broke any laws, by the way. I think I have a video of this, to say a video about this. Yes, let's take a look real quick, and I'm going to take some comments from you guys. Let's take a look. I actually have a video I can show you about this. This is from the Reuters article we just read before the other one. This Reuters video right here about Khalil, about Mahmoud Khalil. So let's watch this, and then I will take some of your comments. Hopefully this works. Let's play it. See if this works.
As of now, there are no assurances.
A U.S. judge on Monday ordered that Palestinian student Mahmoud Khalil not be deported for now. Khalil had been a prominent figure in Columbia University's pro-Palestinian student protest movement last year. Just hours after telling Reuters that he was concerned the government was targeting him, Khalil was arrested Saturday night by U.S. Department of Homeland Security agents in front of his wife, a U.S. citizen who is 8 months pregnant, according to one of his lawyers. His arrest comes amid a crackdown on some of the student protesters by U.S. President Donald Trump, who branded Khalil a, quote, radical foreign pro-Hamas student on social media and said more arrests would follow. After his arrest, Khalil was moved to a federal jail for migrants in Louisiana to await deportation proceedings, according to his lawyers and a U.S. detainee database. New York Southern District Court Judge Jesse Furman has ordered a hearing in the case for Wednesday. Khalil's lawyers also urged Furman to order their client's return to New York. They accused the government of seeking to deprive Khalil of access to legal counsel by sending him far from the state. On Monday, demonstrators on the streets of New York City denounced his arrest as an attack on protected speech.
Release Mahmoud Khalil now.
According to a Reuters witness, police and hundreds of protesters briefly clashed in Lower Manhattan, and at least one person was detained.
We're here because a permanent resident living here in our city was kidnapped by ICE, part of the DHS, and they're trying to deport him because he's exercising his freedom of speech and his right to speak out, which is protected for everyone here, be they a citizen or not.
Khalil had held legal permanent resident status, often called a green card. His wife said the DHS agents that arrested him claimed his green card was revoked. However, it would entitle him to legal protections that may have been violated in his arrest, says immigration attorney Cyrus Mehta.
Highly unusual because Mr. Khalil is a green card holder. Green card holders have rights. They just cannot be picked up in the way he has been and detained incognito. The person should have been convicted of a crime, a deportable offense. I don't believe Mr. Khalil has been convicted of such an offense, from what I know. You could also initiate deportation proceedings if a green card holder has provided material support to terrorist organization, which is what the Trump administration has been alleging.
Mehta added that in such cases, the government has a high burden of proof, and that involvement in protests for Palestinian rights would not typically constitute material support to terrorism. The Trump administration has not said whether Khalil has been accused of or charged with a crime. However, Trump wrote that his presence in the U.S. was, quote, contrary to national and foreign policy interests.
All right, so that was this Reuters video. By the way, that video came from this article. Judge temporarily blocks deportation of arrested Palestinian Columbia student. So again, there's supposed to be a court hearing tomorrow, and we'll have to see, the Trump administration will have to argue in court why they feel that it's legal to deport him. And as mentioned earlier, in the press briefing today, the White House press briefing, the press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, said something to the effect, I think she said this a couple times, that Secretary of State Rubio has the power to decide himself to deport someone if, and she wasn't, I don't think she was being, I don't want to like hang on her language because I think she wasn't really talking, she wasn't giving a quote about whatever. She said something like that he has the power to deport someone if they pose a significant national security threat or something like that. But the question is, if they're citing some law saying that, the question is, what does the law actually say? I don't think she was necessarily quoting the law. So I don't want to get hung up on her specific wording. But it sounded like she was saying that the government is arguing that there's some sort of law that gives Marco Rubio, as Secretary of State, power to decide that somebody is some sort of significant threat to the U.S. and he can deport them. Now, my guess is that there may be some burden of proof, that maybe Marco Rubio can't just say that and not back it up. So I don't know where this is all going. I'm not sure. I'm not a lawyer. But again, that's the basic idea of what she was saying. But she wasn't giving a detailed legal justification. But possibly they're going to say that Marco Rubio has the power to do this. Our viewer Raven Knight thinks they have a serious burden of proof on this one. I don't even know I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if there is such a law that would give him, that says he has the power to do this. I just don't know. I just know that she a couple times mentioned that Rubio had the power to do it. Maybe I can find you something about that. Hold on a second here. I'm checking a couple things. Oh, hold on a moment. There was an article that came out before they even said anything. I wish I had. Do I have a transcript of the press briefing? I'm not sure in the press briefing where the where she talked about that, so I don't necessarily want to go searching through. But I'm not seeing it posted on the White House website right now. I do have a couple things to show you, though. Yeah, so like Fox News had an article saying that, okay, yes, as Fox News said, that in the press briefing, the press secretary today, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, she said that the Immigration and Nationality Act gives the Secretary of State the right to revoke a green card or a visa for people who are adversarial to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States of America. Again, I'm not an expert on the law. Also, Fox News says a State Department official told Fox News that Rubio found Khalil's presence and activities in the U.S. would have a potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the U.S. and would compromise a compelling U.S. foreign policy interest, rendering him deportable under Section 237A4C of the Immigration and Nationality Act. And Fox News said that is a rarely used provision of the law that gives the Secretary of State the power to seek to deport an alien whose presence or activities in the U.S. the Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States. I don't know if I can pull up that law. So maybe that's going to be what they argue in court. I can't actually give you good analysis of that because I'm not a lawyer. Can I find Section 237? Let's see. Hold on. 237. I'm looking it up right now. Deportable aliens. Okay, this is the law. Immigration and Nationality Act. Section 237, A4C. A, classes of deportable aliens. Where's 4? A4, security and related grounds. C, foreign policy. Oh, we can find it here. Okay. So it says here, any alien in and admitted to the United States shall, upon the order of the Attorney General, be removed if the alien is within one or more of the following classes of deportable aliens. And one of them is, we need something 4C, foreign policy. An alien whose presence or activities in the United States, the Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States. So, given what was said in the press briefing and what Fox News is reporting, it sounds like this is going to be the justification that the U.S. uses to attempt to deport Mahmoud Khalil. Now, does the Secretary of State have reasonable ground to believe that Mahmoud Khalil's being in the country would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States? I don't know. I don't know what legally potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the U.S. means. If he is out there, leading pro-Palestinian student protests, can that itself be reasonably construed as potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the U.S.? Also, how about First Amendment consideration? Because the First Amendment talks about not abridging freedom of speech, but I'm not an expert on how that has been understood. So anyways, can I read the exceptions? Clauses 2 and 3 of a different section. No, I don't want to get into that. I will post a link to this page on a government website, and you can go read the exceptions if you want. I don't want to try to do legal analysis and even get into the details, because it'll just take, I don't think the benefit is worth the cost and time of me going through all this and taking the time to do that. And so I'm making an editorial choice to not do that right now. But you can click on that link I just posted and go look it up. It's too much to do right now. I don't want to do it. I appreciate the request, but it's not happening. Anyways, Zelgeth says we will all just wait to have to see what the courts say. Yes, we will. Ooh, I just saw an interesting update. Hold on a second here. I am seeing a report that possibly the Houthis have said they're going to resume attacks on Red Sea shipping. Is that true? By the way, Trump is speaking soon, but I don't know if we'll have video of it. I believe the Yemeni armed forces just released a statement. Yes, I am seeing that the Yemeni armed forces just released a statement, which I believe is the Houthis. Give me one moment. Looking this up right now. Okay, I am seeing reporting saying that, hold on a moment. Yes. I'm trying to get the exact statement so I can just show it to you. That they're lifting their temporary ban. They're going to resume targeting Israeli ships in the Red Sea. Where is the statement here? So they're resuming. I see that the statement supposedly says they're resuming the ban on the crossing of Israeli ships in the Red Sea, in the Arabian Sea, Bab al-Mandab, in the Gulf of Aden, after the deadline that was granted to the mediators to force Israel to open the crossings and allow aid to enter Gaza. So it sounds like the Houthis are saying they're going to target what they call Israeli ships again. Al Jazeera says, the Houthis say, we decided to resume the ban on all Israeli ships in the Red and Arabian Seas, I think it is, and a couple other bodies of water. The ban will continue until the Gaza Strip border crossings are opened and aid is allowed into the Gaza Strip, into Gaza. So we'll have to see what happens with that. Oh, there is a new statement from the White House about the Canada tariffs. I am not going to have footage. I don't know actually yet. The only way I will have footage of Trump, he's supposed to speak at a business roundtable. I don't know if the White House is showing it. If they don't show it, I won't have footage of it. He's not speaking live yet. There's a new White House statement. So remember, yesterday, Ontario announced that in response to Trump tariffs on Canada, they were going to put a 25% surcharge on electricity coming into the U.S. from Ontario. Then this morning, Trump announced new tariffs on, what was it, Canadian aluminum and steel, if I remember right, in response to the Ontario tariffs. And then this afternoon, Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, announced that he is going to meet with, after Secretary of Commerce Lutnick called him, he's going to meet with Secretary of Commerce Lutnick on Thursday to try to lower the temperature, maybe make some kind of new deal with the U.S. And he said that since that is happening, he said they're not going to go forward for the moment. They're suspending the surcharge on electricity. So here's a new statement I just saw from the White House press pool. White House spokesman Kush Desai says, after President Trump threatened to use his executive, maybe I can put this on, I can show you this. I'd like to show you the statement. I'm pulling it up right now. Here is the statement right here. New White House statement. After President Trump threatened to use his executive powers to retaliate with a colossal 50% tariff against Canada, Ontario Premier Doug Ford spoke with Secretary Lutnick to convey he is backing down on implementing a 25% charge on electricity. Hold on. On electricity exports to the U.S. President Trump has once again used the leverage of the American economy, which is the best and biggest in the world, to deliver a win for the American people, claims the White House press office. Pursuant to his previous executive orders, a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum with no exceptions or exemptions will go into effect for Canada and all of our other trading partners at midnight, March 12th. So President Trump has paused the increase on the steel and aluminum tariffs, but there will still be a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum for Canada and all other trading partners midnight tonight. I think that's tonight. All right, that's a statement from the White House. I don't know that again, I haven't heard that the White House is covering the business roundtable where Trump is speaking. If they are, I'll show it to you. We'll find out in a second. Mako thinks Canada folded. Amy Rebecca thinks it's tomorrow night. Technically, midnight on the 12th is tonight, because midnight would be the 12th. But I don't know. By the way, I owe a couple thank yous. It's been so busy. Thank you, Lucia Horizo. She says you can lose your green card over a DUI. It's not permanent. It's not citizenship. You can lose it over many different reasons. Yeah, the question is just legally, did Mahmoud Khalil do any of the things that you can lose your green card over? I think you're right, Lucia, that you can lose your green card for various things. But he's not been charged with any crimes. So we'll have to see. Thank you, Lucia Horizo. We'll have to see how exactly the U.S. argues that case. We talked about that a little earlier. It's supposed to be a court hearing tomorrow on that. Thank you so much, Lucia Horizo. I really appreciate it. Thank you also, Sherry and Hoover Maneuver. I'm waiting to see if the White House is going to have the video of Trump speaking at the Business Roundtable. CNN is reporting what we've heard other outlets report. CNN is saying that the Department of Education will begin sweeping layoffs tonight, with about half of its 4,400 employees expected to be let go. So we have heard that from other sources as well. There'll be over 2,000 people fired. I'm still not seeing the White House live at this roundtable. My guess is they're not covering it. So you might see on news channels Trump speaking at a roundtable, business roundtable, but I think he's about to speak. But again, I cannot show it because the White House is not showing it. And the video I could see, yes, so Trump is starting to speak at this business roundtable. Again, I'm sorry I can't show that, but I do not have access to that myself. Some things I get access to, some I don't. If the White House showed it, I could show it to you, but the White House is not showing it live. All right. So here's what I think I might do. And I do want to cover the space launch tonight, too. Oh, are they having the vote right now? Is the House vote going on? Oh, I didn't even know. Is the House vote happening right now? Somebody probably said it in the chat. Hold on, I'm looking. There's a House is voting on something. The House is voting on something. Wait, hold on. Look, I'll show you. No, that's wrong. Wait a second here. That's too zoomed in. Why is it so zoomed in? There we go. Is this the vote on the continuing? Is this the vote to fund the government? I'm not even sure. They're voting on something. Yes, I believe this is the House voting to fund the government past Friday. Now, the Senate would have to pass this as well. And the president would have to sign it. All right, so I think this is the vote. I know it's live, I'll tell you that. Sorry, I was talking about other topics and I missed the start of this. Again, I think they are voting on the bill that would basically keep the government open past Friday. Fund the government through September 30th. That's what I believe they're voting on, but I want to be sure. I don't know if they're voting. I don't know if this is it or it's something else. They're supposed to vote on it. I'm looking at different sources. You know, they're not showing it on. Just looked at Fox News. I looked at CNN. Could this be something different they're voting on before that? I'm checking some different sources here. NY committee thinks it's the vote. It's weird. I'm like not seeing really reporting on it that I would expect to be seeing. Oh, it's HR 1156. I don't know if I can find that. Let's see. You know, I don't know if this is it. I just looked up HR 1156. That is to amend the CARES Act. So maybe it's not the vote. Because I literally just looked up HR 1156, and I think I'm looking at the right thing, and it says to amend the CARES Act, but I could have this wrong. Techmerk says it's not the vote. I think it might not be the vote. The vote's supposed to be coming up. I would think if this were the vote, we would be seeing more coverage of it. So I don't, the vote's supposed to happen shortly, but I don't think this is it. Oh, also, I see 25 yes votes. I don't think 25 Democrats are going to vote yes on the continuing resolution, although maybe I'm wrong about that. Anyways, so let me turn the volume down. I think this might be a vote before the vote to keep the government open. We'll keep an eye though on the proceedings there. Oh, hold on. A producer from Scripps News, Sam Lisker, posted online that the vote on the continuing resolution in the House would probably occur closer to 6. So they're voting on various things. Okay, so. And C-SPAN's Craig Kaplan says the House is holding its last votes for today, and the third vote will be the continuing resolution vote. All right, so they're not voting yet on funding the government. Okay. At some point, I'm going to have to take a break because I want to come back and I want to show. I would like to show that vote though, because I want to cover the space launch tonight. I haven't even eaten lunch. I have not eaten lunch. There's been too much news going on. That launch is around 11, so we'd come on before that. Yeah, guys, I know Trump is speaking. I don't have the rights to show it, so I can't show it. I'm aware he's speaking. He's speaking at a business roundtable. I don't have the rights for it. NASA's supposed to launch their new space telescope tonight. Let me just show you something about the vote coming up tonight. Let me show you something about that. Here, look. U.S. House, tease up vote, close vote on government funding in face of Democratic opposition. This is from Reuters. Republicans who control the U.S. Congress will try today to advance legislation that would avert a weekend government shutdown, with Democrats alarmed by President Trump's dramatic downsizing effort. While Democrats alarmed by President Trump's dramatic downsizing effort were expected to oppose it. The afternoon vote is likely to be close. Republicans hold the chamber by a 4-vote margin, and at least one of them, Thomas Massie of Kentucky, has said he will vote against it. Trump has been pressing Republicans to fall into line. But at least 3 Republican lawmakers said today they were still undecided, saying the bill did not cut as much spending as they would like. Republican leaders predicted they would succeed, and the measure did clear a procedural hurdle in the 216 to 214 vote in the early afternoon. If it clears the House, the legislation will still have to pass the Senate. And they will need, Republicans will need at least 7 Democrats in the Senate to vote with them to avoid a shutdown which could disrupt everything from financial oversight to scientific research and force hundreds of thousands of federal workers to go without pay. Democrats say Trump's downsizing effort, spearheaded by tech billionaire Elon Musk, runs roughshod over Congress's authority over spending matters. Most Democrats were expected to vote against the government spending bill today, saying there would be little point in voting for legislation that is likely to be ignored by Trump's administration. The bill would extend government funding until the end of the fiscal year on September 30th, largely at current levels. So that vote is coming up. Soon. I'd like to show that vote. Okay. I might end up taking a quick break before that vote because I'm going to have to eat something. By the way, thank you to Nayar for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Oxytropis. Yeah, this stream has ended up just being all over the place because we've had all these different things going on. By the way, I think what I'm going to do is I need to take off my headphones real quick. So we might pause. Sometimes when I do this, you might pause for a second. Wait and see if this pauses for a second. We'll see. Are we good? We're good now. Thank you, Susie Irish, for your support. Much appreciated. Yes, the vote is coming up. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave the stream up. I'm going to take, normally if we didn't have to wait for the vote, I would end the stream, but I want to show you guys the House vote. So you know what I'll do? I'll say a couple things. I'll show you the House, what it looks like there. I'm muted? I was muted. Why was I muted? Sorry. Maybe I got muted when I took my headphones out. Sorry about that. I think maybe when I took my headphones off, I might have accidentally got muted or muted myself. Anyways, so what I said I'm going to do is, so this is not the bill yet. This is not the funding bill yet, but they're supposed to vote on it soon. I think there maybe is one more vote before the House vote. So one more vote and then the House vote. On the funding bill. Oh, by the way, Haley Talbot of CNN says GOP Representative Brian Fitzpatrick says he will vote for the continuing resolution. He was undecided earlier in the week. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disappear for a few minutes and come back for the vote. It's the next vote? I think I don't know. This is not the funding bill yet. Here's what we're doing. All right, so give me a couple minutes. I will come back for the funding bill vote. I have to emergency eat something. So I'm going to eat something really quick, and I'm going to leave this up, and I will come back for the funding bill vote. I think there might be one vote after this and then the funding bill vote, okay? I think the next one isn't even it. I'll keep an eye on it, but I don't even think the next one is it. I think it's one more and then the funding bill vote, okay? So I appreciate you guys being here for the stream. Sorry I have to take a break, but let me just, it's going to be quick. I'm just going to have something really quick and then come back. So I'll keep an eye on it. So hang tight. I'll leave this up there for you. I'll put the volume on, and I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 295. The nays are 127. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of agreeing on the motion to recommit on H.R. 1968, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Meng, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1968, offered by Ms. Meng of New York.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
You know what? I heard it was a 5-minute vote, so I just decided to come back right now. We're waiting for the vote on the funding bill. I'll just hang out till the next vote. We'll see if that's it. Let me... Putting on my headphones here. Okay, we're back. I came back. I didn't eat. Because I think maybe the next vote is the one. Thank you to Jay-Z Gamer for your support. Can it be filibustered in the Senate? Yes. The bill needs, the spending bill will need at least 7 Democratic senators to vote for it. Thank you, Aaron Fulliger. Thank you, Aaron, for being a member. And Oxytropis. And Night Owl, thanks for your support on Twitch. Shout out to all of our moderators. Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical on YouTube, thank you. Janet B, Linda Belglary, Misha on X. Bash and Girl, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges, Surly Dev on Twitch. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley over there on Facebook. Paul Anderson, thank you. While we wait, I'm going to shout out a couple of our other people. Thanks to some of our YouTube members like Hassel DeHoff, Lucky Minute, Jason Carlton, Per Holstrand, Raina Hood, NY Committee, Donna Smith, J.K. Sinar, Lucky Minute, Darth Pronator, Raina Hood, Kenneth Colton, Lag Spike, B. Earhart, Thomas Darwin, Two Dog Mom, Jerry Kovacs, Beam Me Up. Thanks for being members. Gene Romaine, all of our members. Thanks to... Erin Van Ness for subscribing over there on Facebook. Kay and Margaret, thank you. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers, such as people like Matthew Kohai 3, I Am You Are Me, Flumpkingtons, Annie Cush, Wall Street Shaggy, Pineways, Distant Galaxy, Redefine Happiness, Integrity Farmer Bob, Mr. Bigley Uncredible, McBridges, thank you. There's 1 minute left in this vote. Give you a little more background here. Hang on a moment here. While we wait for the vote. The Washington Post says, House Republicans have been incapable of passing a government funding bill without Democratic help since clinching the majority in 2022. That may soon change, thanks in part to President Trump. The House is set to vote on a proposal that, if approved, would avert a funding deadline Friday.
On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 216. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
This is not, they're not voting yet.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut.
On that, I request the yeas and
Oh, yeah.
nays.
Yes, they're going to vote, I think. Is this it right here?
Requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device.
Is this it? Are they voting?
5-minute vote.
Is this it or not? This is it right now. Breaking news. Breaking news. This is happening now. This is the vote on the funding bill to fund the government past the deadline on Friday till September 30th. It's Republicans. One Republican, Thomas Massie, said he's going to vote against it. I think they need all the other Republicans to vote for it if they get no Democratic support. So this is happening right now. Let me change the headline, but this is the vote to avoid a government shutdown, keep the government open till September 30th. To get through the Senate, they would need 7 Democrats to support it. Why are people saying 2 nays? I see 1 nay. I don't see 2 nays. I see 1 nay. Who's saying 2 nays? There's Republican, there's Democratic nays. What matters is the Republican nays. There's only 1 nay. It was 2? Oh, some people said they saw 2 and it changed. So maybe that was a mistake. I think that was a mistake. Now, no one, besides Thomas Massie, no other Republican has said they're voting no. No other Republican has voted no yet. All Democrats voting no. All Republicans except Thomas Massie voting yes. Only 50 votes left. All right, let's see. Trolling our viewer says this is the vote. This is the House. Jazzy Renee says such fast voting. They said this was a 5-minute vote. Hey, thanks, Mitchell Pilot. I really appreciate your support. Mitchell Pilot, thank you. Molly Morgan says, gonna be close. It will be close. But right now, they just gave the 2-minute warning. But right now, only 1 Republican has voted against. I'm not hearing any other Republicans are going to vote against it. Scott Wong says Van Dyne, who was undecided, votes yes. Scott Wong is a reporter. Now, does everybody show up for the vote? That's the other question. Right now, 17 people have not voted. 17 people have not voted. Olivia Beavers also reports that Representative Van Dyne, who was undecided, has voted yes. One minute. Now, how firm are they with this 5-minute vote? Because sometimes the votes, they end, but they give it more time. I'll show you here the clock here. There's the 46 seconds, but maybe they'll give it longer. You need a majority of the people voting. So that's what matters, is the people voting. Okay, 9 people have not voted. It's now tied because 8 people have not voted. The Republicans are in the lead now. 7 people have not voted. There's only 1 nay vote. If all the Republicans vote yes besides the 1 nay, it'll pass. Chris says, where are they? I have seen nothing to suggest this will not pass yet. One Democrat voted yes. Did one Democrat vote yes?
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 213. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Okay, so the bill passed. The House just passed a bill.
Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the passage of H.J.
All right, the House just passed. Hold on.
Union calendar number 3, House.
Let me change the headline. The House just passed a funding bill to avert the shutdown and fund the government till September 30th. There was the one Democrat who voted for it was Jared Golden, says Jake Sherman. Jared Golden is the one Democrat yes. It passed 217 to 213. So, but only one Republican. This is a different vote right now. So, but it passed. So, yes, a history underfoot. It goes to the Senate now where Republicans need 7 Democrats to vote for it in the Senate. Okay? So a victory for, you can see here, the House passed it by 217 to 213. U.S. House Press Gallery. So we'll see. I'll put in the headline, bill goes to Senate. All right, so we got to see that. I don't know what the prospects are in the Senate. That's a whole other issue. But they have passed it. Hang on a moment here. Jared Golden, who voted for it, the Democrat, is of Maine. He is from Maine. Guys, Oh, hold on a second. Oh, no, sorry. Manu Raju of CNN says Senate Democrats can block this funding bill. Will they? I have no idea. Guys, I got to eat something. It's been so busy today, but I really would like to cover tonight the NASA launch of the Sphere-X space telescope. They're launching it on a Falcon, I believe it's a SpaceX Falcon rocket. So, I got to eat something though. So we might cover that later. I think the launch is like 11. But I really appreciate you guys being here today for our live stream. We covered a lot of different stuff to cover today. And I'm going to take a break. So I thank you for watching our stream, but I'll try to get on to cover the space launch later. So subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And turn on the notifications so you get notified when we're going live. We have a notification system. It's our own notification system. We made it. It's free. It's easy to sign up. The mods will post the link to sign up. You can find the sign up link in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. Make sure you signed up for the notifications so you know when we're going live. I also always post when we're going live on the X account, on Agenda Free TV on X. So you can find it there as well. But sign up for the notifications. They work awesome. And oops, I just posted the wrong link. It was a typo. There you go. There's the link. But I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream today. Thank you. Again, maybe more coverage. I'm hoping to do that stream tonight of the launch. Hey, also I really appreciate you watching. Really appreciate people letting me read your comments on the air, sending me news updates. Thanks for all of that. And what else was I going to say? Oh, huge thanks to our moderators. Thank you so much for being here, moderators. A lot of people in the chat rooms today. Moderators are awesome. They're the ones who allow us to have chat rooms. We couldn't have the chat without our moderators. Thank you. BZ, Ruth Krafasi, Janet B. Thank you so much. Over on YouTube there, all of our other YouTube moderators. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you, all of our Twitch moderators. Bash and Girl, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Certainly Dev, thanks so much. Paul Anderson, K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Thank you. And thanks to everybody who donated too. So nice of you. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist with your support. Huge thanks for all of your support. If you want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thanks for keeping, for your support of the channel and keeping the channel on the air. Thanks to Flumpingtons for the bits, by the way, on Twitch, and Oxytropus and Big Dog Gaming. Thanks so much for your support on Twitch, and Night Owl as well. Okay. I will post news updates on my X account when I'm not on the air. Follow me on X for breaking news at Lookner on X. At Lookner on X. Follow me over there for breaking news. And we also have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's free. A lot of our viewers like doing it. It's over on Discord. It's the same link as the notifications link. Same link. So check out the chat. Thanks to our Discord mods, too, for all you do, by the way. Appreciate it. Thanks also so much to our Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel. Like Lou Green, Eve Richards, Robert Rial II, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Sharon Klassen Goslin, thank you so much for subscribing. Aaron Van S, all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook, thank you. Oh, by the way, if you watch on YouTube, turn on the YouTube notifications. I'd suggest doing that. The way you do that on YouTube is you have to be a subscriber on YouTube. So you subscribe. Subscribing on YouTube is like following on a different platform. That's different from being a member. But so if you subscribe to the channel on YouTube, then make sure you click this bell and you choose all notifications. Click the bell, choose all notifications to get the YouTube notifications. All right. Hey, thanks to our Twitch. Hold on a second here. Hold on a moment here. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers for all of your support. Wall Street Shaggy, Matthew Kohai 3, Notorious Rob, Chi-Town Bear 54, Annie Cush, Flumpingtons, Distant Galaxy 13, Jazzy Renee, Allistic, Mr. Bigley Uncredible, I Am You Are Me. Thank you so much. Redefine Happiness, Bad Toastery, Tegrity Farmer Bob, thank you. And our YouTube members, thank you, you're awesome. UV Lightning, Evelyn in Maine, CAC 813, Per Holstrand, Xylee 42, JK Sinar, Joe Hart, Kenneth Colton, Donna Smith, Jean Romaine, Babs, Ken Lance, Evelyn in Maine, Wickedest Witch, NY Committee, Susie Irish, Roger Shoemaker, Lucky Minute, Captain Jerry Donnelly, Jerry Kovacs, Raina Hood, Paul Tissue, thank you. Jean Romaine, Babs. Thanks, Kelly James, for watching. George Smith, our member. Thanks, Atlee Davidson, for watching. Diane Whitlock. Nitsky1, thanks for watching. Rocklin on Twitch, they call me Taj. Morch 730, thank you for watching. Ed Scarborough too. Michelle Batten. Rita Evans Lange. Rita Evans Lang, thanks for being a subscriber. Paula Thompson, Kevin Groves, all of our other viewers. All right, I'm wrapping this up. I got to eat. My plan is to cover tonight the NASA Sphere X launch if it happens. We'll see if it does. Their new telescope, new space telescope. But that is it right now. Thanks for bearing with me through all of the topic changes. A lot of topics today. A lot of different news items. All right, and I'll keep an eye out for what else is going on. If there's big news before the launch, we'll come back on and we'll cover it. All right. So that is it right now. Thanks so much for joining our live news coverage this afternoon, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.